X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled mind. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another Xander Hall stream. To some of you, it may be your first Xander Hall stream, but regardless, it's nice to see you all here. Hello there, everybody. Good evening, and happy Halloween in my time zone right now. Yeah, it's spooky time, guys. It's spooky time. Should I? Nah, I should keep my, I'm gonna keep my lights alternating colors for this stream, but tomorrow night, the real Halloween stream, I'm going to be turning the lights behind me all red, and we're going to be playing The Quarry for the Halloween stream. I really loved Until Dawn, so I'm going to try The Quarry too. I heard it's very good. That is the plan, Gotskato. That's the spooky plan. Hello there, everybody. How you doing? Oh. Let me crack my back really fast. It always hurts, but it feels good at the same time, you know what I'm saying? You guys know what I'm saying. Let's go! What do you want for Halloween? A PlayStation 5 from Santa Claus. That would be ideal, yeah. I want Santa to get me a PS5 for Halloween. Anyway. The Quarry is kind of cringe. That's the point of playing it, though. Until Dawn was cringe. So, yeah. What can I say? Until Dawn was also a cringe game. You wanna cringe on Halloween. There's nothing like cringing on the night of spook. Anyway, already very early into the stream, before the stream even started, we had some enormously kind donations. Our first from Just for Donating, who donated $100. Just flat $100. Just, there it is. Just, you know, $100. There you go. Thank you so fucking much, Just for Donating. I really appreciate that. That is really, really kind and extremely helpful. I really do appreciate it. Hold on. I had to sneeze right before stream, and now my sinuses are all clogged, so it's a little tough. It says, I'm a trans woman who was abused by her parents for 25 years. Jesus Christ. I'm really sorry to hear that. The same AMABs can't be victims of abuse shit that got you dragged through the mud nearly got me killed. Enjoy Seattle. I really appreciate the $100. I'm sorry you had to go through that. I imagine you're in a better situation now, and I'm glad if that's the case. And I really appreciate the $100. I definitely do hope to be moving by the end of the year. That would be fucking awesome. And at this rate, it definitely should be possible. Pufflecakes, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. That's extremely, extremely kind and generous of you, my friend. Thank you, thank you. Was that a 1-monther or a 3-monther, by the way, Pufflecakes? 1-monther? Thank you, I really appreciate that. You are fucking based. Let me update the dono goal really fast, and then I'm gonna go pee and blow my nose really fast because it is so stuffed, and I literally can't talk. I actually can't talk with it this stuffed. I'll be right back. Honestly, chat, I think being able to breathe through your nose is one of the most underrated things out there. It's very nice. It's a nice vibe. Hello, hey, what's up everybody? What's going on? What'd I miss? Ooh. Imagine paying for Twitter verification? Wait. Did they add a pay for Twitter verification feature to Twitter? Is that real? Somebody said imagine paying for Twitter verification. Did Elon add that? Not yet, but it's coming. Wow. Musk wants to make Twitter verification $20. Okay, so he's basically removing the Twitter verification, meaning you're like famous thing. I guess that's not too bad, but like, if you look at Twitter right now, we're already, like, the advertisers are going to pull out if things don't change immediately. Because right now, Hashtag Pelosi gay lover is trending with 10.3 thousand tweets on Twitter and rising. And it's literally supporting and spreading a conspiracy theory about the guy that assaulted and attempted to murder Nancy Pelosi was supposedly Nancy Pelosi's husband's gay lover that he was cheating on her with, that I guess had a violent gay outburst and attacked him. So, like, I literally looked at the hashtag. Every single post about it, it has like 10,000, 1,000, hundreds of likes. None of them like are small posts. They're all lots of likes. None of them are calling it out though. It's all supporting the conspiracy. So, man, these people are a lot braver now. I'm excited to see how it goes with Twitter. I'm excited to see how Elon Musk's no moderation type policy goes, how quickly the ads pull out. Because here's the thing. The ads pulling out won't necessarily mean people stop using Twitter. It'll be more so a matter of, do people find the constant presence of far-right trends always going on and Nazis always spamming the N-word in their replies? Is that something that's going to make Twitter viable as a platform? Probably not. Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither was my cyberbullying record. We gotta find out whether or not we're allowed to tell TERFs to kill themselves yet. That's really what we need to know on Twitter. Like, if that's allowed now, then it's just open season on that platform, and it's all good. Empress Julia, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Based and Pog says, can you cover Oregon Measure 114? It is championed by Christian pacifists, one of which compared defending the drag show that happened earlier to Nazi militias. The measure will harm trans people. I'll look into it. Let's get a look at that too. No, it's a firearm ownership bill. Thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that, Empress Julia. It's very based. Pog of you. Thank you. Zan, you can't be ableist. You know all TERFs are mentally ill. That's true. Can't shit talk TERFs. It would be ableist of me. Can you guys see her? She takes the very center of the bed. She never takes the corners or the sides or the bottom or anything like that. No. The very center of the bed is where she sleeps. Every time. Hey Zan, so it will be $20 a month for verification on Twitter, so you have to pay $240 a year for a Twitter verification. Here's the link. Oh my god. Holy shit, he already knows the advertisers are gonna pull out. Oh man. He's gonna try to monetize the fuck out of Twitter in every attempt to try to make his money back. You have to understand, he got strong-armed into this deal. Like, there's a good chance that this was just a attention scheme at the start, and he kind of ended up having to go through with it, you know? So we'll see what happens. But thank you for the $10, Empress Julia. Very based in Pog. And Swanstar over on YouTube, thank you for the 10 euro pounds. I really appreciate that. Says, how much should I bribe you to talk about the UK? It's calmed down, so now's a good time for a recap. Check out TLDR News and A Different Bias if you do. And they did good of it as it happened and still do. I'll look into some UK politics, yeah. I'm not super in the know on UK politics because it's not where I'm from, but I do want to learn more about it. And I've been watching videos and shit in my free time, reading shit and what have you. But for now, ooh, I'm pretty in the dark on what's going on over there. Besides, you know, Probably nothing good. Brexit and whatnot. Ooh. I know the Labour Party really fucking hated, what was his name, Corbyn? And they tried to smear him as an anti-Semite. I remember that shit. Ooh. Alright, everybody. Elon is like a... Yeah? Hey, what do you do? She's got the zoomies. She doesn't know what to do. She's... Oh. Oh, she never lays there. Look, she's laying right there just for you guys to be able to look at her cute little face. How you guys are so lucky. You guys are so fucking lucky. The cat is hogging the attention. So cute. Yeah. Yeah, she's an attention lover. Look at her. Oh, look at her. Oh. Oh. Look at that baby. She knows that there's like 130 people watching her right now and thinking she's adorable. And she's just soaking it all up. What a little demon. She is such a good little demon. I love her. Anyway, guys. How are all you doing tonight? Actually, I'm curious. Where are you all watching from? As in, not like geographically, but like work, home, school, car. Generally like that. Where are you watching from? Work, home, school, car? Home. Home. Almost done with uni. I'm at work. Home in bed. Home. Playing Persona 5 in bed. I'm watching at home. At home. Gonna miss here when have to return. I cannot read that cryptid T. I'm sorry. I'm watching in a sewer right now. Let's go, Augie. That's the only place to watch my streams. Yeah. Okay, cool. I love hearing when people are like watching my stream in the middle of the night while they're working like the night shift. Because it just makes me feel like I'm providing a nice little cozy vibe for somebody out there who has to stay up till like 6 a.m. doing some dumb shit when they'd rather be asleep while the rest of the world is asleep. I don't know. It just feels cozy. There's something about it. Zamir Patois, thank you for the €2 Still can't tell the difference between them. Says, you should see how big, fat, and round my birds are. What kind of birds do you have? I have some doves that live on my porch now. I've been putting out feed for them pretty often, so they spend most of their day on my porch. I've obviously got the hummingbirds. They haven't gone anywhere. I've been getting sparrows and ravens, too, lately. Hitting up my feeders and all the seed I put out. So I'm building my aviary back porch. It's getting there. Of course, I'll be moving by the time it's, you know, really, really birdy, filled with birds. But whoever ends up moving in here next will probably very much enjoy the bird sanctuary that's established in that back porch. My cats are currently being insane. Well, my cat's being the opposite of insane right now. She's just snuggling, being a good little baby. She knows what's up. All right, guys. We got some good shit to talk about today. We got some memes, some creams, and some dreams to talk about. Creams? Yeah, we got creams, guys. Here, I'm bringing up a video for us to meme it up. All right. I got everything queued up for our first segment, but I think I'll talk to you guys for just a minute because there's a few updates I want to give you guys before we get into the main segments of today's stream. So, lately, I haven't been able to stream a lot, and there's been quite a few reasons for that. The biggest one has to do with just my general life situation being a little bit turbulent, a little, and also the temperature. I don't know about you guys, but for me, my biggest weakness has always been the heat. When I'm just overheated and sweating my ass off, I can't even bear to exist, much less like stream and be entertaining and be able to talk about politics and important social issues and complex socio-political problems and whatnot. It's very difficult to do while like dripping sweat, and I live in the desert, and it's been very hot up until quite recently. Now it's finally, cooling down though. I do not live in Florida. I live in California. So it's finally cooling down, and especially at night, which is why you see me streaming so much at night. But now that it's gotten really nice and cold, and it's been consistently like that, I think what I'm going to be doing is until my mark of when I plan to move, or I guess until I move up to Seattle, I'm going to be trying to stream just about every night. Wait, I thought you lived with your parents? Damn. I do right now, yeah, with my mom. She got an apartment here in California, in Palm Springs. A lot of people kept on saying that I moved back in with my parents back in Florida, which is just a lie. Like, there was nothing to do with Florida, have I ever said. It's just something that people decide to fill in the blanks in their own and assume that I moved back to Florida. Never once has that been said. And I've been saying, like, over and over again, I'm not in Florida, I'm not in Florida. People just keep saying that I am. I think it was DJ Mule that started that, saying that I was back in Florida. Because, like, everything he said in that video was incorrect, and I don't think people realize that even the info he gave to set up his claims was also incorrect. So some people came out of it believing, oh yeah, Zan moved in back with his parents in Florida, which is not entirely the truth. TBH, it's probably better that people think you live somewhere you don't. Yeah, I don't really mind. It's just, I don't know, when you live in the desert and people think you live in like a subtropical region, and they're like, oh yeah, Florida sucks. I was like, no, I live in the desert. What do you mean? I was talking about a completely different climate, my friend. You are misled. Leftist misinfo has tricked you. It's not a big deal, though. Anyway, it's finally cooled the fuck down, and we've got some very nice and chill nights these last few nights. And frankly, I've been having a lot of fun streaming lately when I am live, and now it's not, sweltering hot when I do, so time to fucking grind, you know what I'm saying? Time to grind! Let's go! And starting tomorrow night, specifically, dude, have you been to the Salton Sea? Oh yeah, I have, Augie. Have you been to it? It's really interesting. I might do a video about it before I move. I really would like to do a video before I move out of Palm Springs on the Salton Sea. For those of you guys that don't know, the Salton Sea is currently, no, but I've done a lot of research on it. It's so interesting, isn't it? Basically, the Colorado River was diverted to fill up this basin, like you saw it on a plane. Oh yeah, that explains it. It stands out. They diverted the Colorado River to fill up this like low-lying region of desert, sort of this basin area. And over time, it fills up and everything. And their plan was to build sort of a canal community, I think, originally out in the middle of the desert. But it ended up going wrong, over flooding, and turning into a full-on river, like giant inland sea. And it's really salty and shit because of all the stuff in the soil, I guess, or in the sand. And at first it was fine, right? Big, freshwater, eventually saltwater, sea in the middle of the desert. Nothing too crazy, right? Doesn't sound like a big problem. Well, all the area around that place almost is farmland. Farmland with very nitrogen-rich fertilizer, which very quickly gets, washed by erosion and runoff water into the Salton Sea, and it goes from being a location for, like, back in the 60s, they were literally doing these cool-ass, like, you want to see some Fallout in real life shit right now? Bombay Beach. This is a place that I've been on the Salton Sea a couple of times. If you want to see some in real life Fallout New Vegas looking shit, this is the place to go. It is a little ruined, mostly abandoned city. There's a bar and there's people that live there, but not many. On the side of the Salton Sea, not a lot of people. You can tell by how stocked the gas station there is. Not a lot of people live there. Not a lot of people go to that gas station. But it feels very Fallouty. You can just go into these completely abandoned houses and it just looks like a nuke dropped and fucked everything up. Some are much worse off than others, as you can tell. But the interesting part of the Salton Sea is that water has now become so overwhelmingly toxic that you can smell it from like miles away. It smells like dead fish. Every bit of like water life in it dies off and you know floats up to the shore, and there's just fish skeletons and bird skeletons and all sorts of disgusting shit like that lining the bank where the water is. And it's toxic as fuck. You do not want to swim in it, drink it, get any in your ears, eyes, nose, or mouth. Believe me, it is vile. You're not supposed to be able to smell water. You can smell it from miles away, like dead fucking fish. If you've ever smelled red tide before, it smells like red tide. That's the best comparison I can give. And so, basically what's happening is climate change. That river, or that inland sea, is kind of evaporating now. They don't have any more water feeding from the Colorado River to keep it full. They are pumping more water into it to keep this from happening, but as it empties, as has happened with other similar lakes and seas in the middle of the desert like this, all those heavy metals and whatnot concentrated in the water that dissolved are going to crystallize on the bottom. And a lot of it already has crystallized over the course of decades along the bottom. And then once the water is gone, you just have a big, flat, open desert field filled with that crystallized heavy metals and toxins and nitrates and everything like that, right? And then a windstorm comes along, kicks all that wind up, and sends it towards maybe north up to the nearest city, Palm Springs, where I am. So that's a pretty big problem. Everyone would get cancer and fucking die if that sea dries up and a nice good gust of wind pushes some sand from that sea over into town. Could just take a couple months of that sand gradually getting pushed into town. Eventually the dust would make it and it would start killing people. So it's a pretty big problem. So yeah, that is the story of the Salton Sea. It's actually very interesting. One of the biggest ecological disasters in all of America. It's fucking wild. I almost want to see it dry up, not because I want to see the consequences, because I'm curious what's on the bottom. You know? You know there's shit tons of bodies and cars and shopping carts and boats and maybe even buildings or some I don't even know. Like, there's got to be some crazy stuff under that thing, and I'd love to explore it. It's draining out. Like, if I look, Salton Sea draining progress. Like, maybe it's just me being morbidly curious, but fuck. I kind of want to see. I'll show some beautiful images of this gorgeous, lovely, beautiful vacationing spot. Here's a shot of it from up high. So it's pretty stinky, as you can tell. It's a little bit stinky. It's a bit of a stinky lake. Here's what the shore looks like as it's slowly receding back. This powder here, this is the dangerous shit. As this tide, quote unquote, it's actually, you know, just drying up. This powder, as it recedes, as we get closer to the center of the sea and the water goes away, what's on the bottom will become more concentrated and more dangerous. Right now, this dust probably wouldn't be too dangerous if you were standing here. It would smell bad and you would hate it to be standing here without some kind of mask, but, you know, you wouldn't die. But if this shit empties, whew, that'll be bad. Here's a look at the water, if anybody feels like they might want to swim. Look, like, just a layer of scudge has formed along where the water meets the sand. Just a nice scudge layer. Actually, if I'm being honest, this might be the sand, and this might all be more scudge. All of this might just be scudge that's sort of like dried up along the sides. And this is where the sand bank actually starts. Oh my god, there's better photos. Hold on. Salton Sea disgusting is what I'll search. Oh, here's a video. The Salton Sea, the most disgusting place ever. Wow, okay. Yeah, here's a good video on it.
And the boys and I are going to drive to Arizona. Because why the fuck not?
Is that Kyle Rittenhouse?
John's.
This kid looks like Kyle Rittenhouse a little bit.
Because why the fuck not?
John's adventure vlog.
It's now 9 in the morning.
Arizona is not where the Salton Sea is. It's in Southern California, but... Okay, here it is. Yep, this is the place. Jesus.
Awful place I've ever been to in my life. Dead fish all over the fucking shore. See, this is all like dead fish. Oh, shit. Look. Dead fish, dead fish, dead fish, dead fish.
Wait, these guys are
Now
great.
for some context, a short excerpt from a documentary explaining the history of the Salton Sea.
At the turn of the last century, an engineering screw-up of epic
Oh, here we go.
proportions diverted the Colorado River into one of the lowest, hottest land basins in the United States. Everyone
idea.
assumed the giant inland sea they had created by accident would just dry up. But when it didn't, real estate developers tried to turn an ecological disaster into an opportunity. But then the sea turned on them. Over the years, its water, fed only by agricultural runoff, became saltier than the ocean. Botulism poisoning killed millions of fish, and massive die-offs during the height of 120-degree summers made the air almost unbreathable. Tourists fled. Boom towns turned into ghost towns.
This is the nastiest thing.
You guys want
Bombay Beach. Bombay Beach, that town I showed you, that Fallout town, used to be a glowing, beautiful resort town back in the 1960s and 1950s. Like, imagine, like, Nuketown, but on, like, a beautiful desert inland sea is how it looked. And now it looks like after a match of Nuketown.
to go swimming?
Live! That's right. Swim away, little buddy. You can make it. You try.
Yeah, we have our own American Dead Sea.
Welcome to the
That is
Salton
vile.
Sea. You know, rancid smell.
Yo, anybody want some sushi? Yo, I'm gonna order some sushi. Anybody want any?
I'm literally walking on thousands of dead fish right now. The water looks like a stagnant, crunchy gravy.
Joe just threw up in the Salton Sea.
I fucking love these guys.
People actually live here. They consider this home. I don't understand why. The ground is all soft and munchy, but we came out here for no other reason than to say we have.
So we're on some.
Okay, I think that's enough. I think you've seen the point now. Why it's so fucked. So yeah, definitely got to move out of Palm Springs before that happens. Before the fucking Salton Sea dries up, and I inhale a nice lungful of heavy metals. The guy with the camera looks like a mate of mine, Lamau. I thought one of those guys looked a little bit like Kyle Rittenhouse. I think that was the guy with the camera, was the dude who I thought looked like Kyle Rittenhouse. Anyway, listen. No more scudge posting. It's time to get into the politics. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So it's kind of wild to think about how long it's actually been since the January 6th riots. If you really think about it, it feels like it was just yesterday, but it's been well over a year now. And, well, we're still seeing the sort of the symptoms of the radicalization that caused that event sort of, still sticking around and perhaps even growing stronger to this day. And a pretty good example of this sentiment is what just happened a couple days ago. Sad I couldn't cover it sooner, but apparently some crazy motherfucker broke into Nancy Pelosi, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's home, with a hammer, and from some of the other things I'm seeing here, as well as zip ties and stuff like that, and assaulted Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul Pelosi, as Nancy Pelosi herself was not home during the break-in. Now, thankfully, it seems that Paul Pelosi will survive, and I believe he'll be okay. But the what I really want to talk about is the response to it. But first, let's get all the details. Let's get the details first, and then we'll talk about the response, because, as you can imagine, I think there's a few different directions you have to look at it from. Because there are people in this that I think mean well, that are spreading some pretty harmful narratives. There are people that I know don't mean well, that are spreading harmful narratives. And there are people that, frankly, should be talking about this and spreading positive, or I shouldn't say positive, but a helpful narrative, that are not doing so. So we're stepping in to do exactly that right now. Let's start with this ABC News clip. What's up? Tell me what happened. I don't feel like reading today.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi returning to her San Francisco home today, the site of Friday's brutal attack of her 82-year-old husband, Paul. She didn't talk to reporters, just got into a waiting SUV and left. Meantime, investigators say the suspect, David DePepe, had zip ties and duct tape in his bags when he broke into the home and beat her husband with a hammer. They say Mr. Pelosi was not the intended target, and DePepe kept saying, "Where's Nancy?" He faces attempted murder charges.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great.
So that's the basics of the story. We also have a little piece here about the misinformation going around about the attack. As you can imagine, the person who carried out this attack, by the looks of it, is the same type of person, if not one of the very same people who took part in the January 6th protests, or I should say insurrection. And I think you can imagine where this guy was motivated, what motivated him, and why he did what he did. But let's go ahead and see. Oh my lord, YouTube just auto-playing whenever you put anything into full screen. All right, we got San Francisco DA Jenkins swats back misinformation about the Pelosi attack. I think this is important to get out of the way really fast.
We are learning more about the attack on Paul Pelosi. San Francisco's District Attorney Brooke Jenkins confirmed House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was, in fact, the target of the attack. This morning, the Speaker was seen leaving her home as her husband recovers in the hospital.
Our Dahlin spoke with Jenkins. He has new details emerging tonight.
Authorities came out on a Sunday to release new details, but more importantly, correct bad information. For starter, the district attorney says the suspect's name is actually pronounced David DePape, not DePepe.
At the time that the suspect, Mr. DePape, entered the Pelosi home, that he was in fact...
I was going to comment on that it was pretty funny that the guy's last name would be DePepe. like the alt-writer who breaks into Nancy Pelosi's house to try to murder her, and his last name is DePepe, is a little bit too perfect, okay? That would literally... I think I'd believe in God if that happened. If his name was actually pronounced DePepe, I think I would probably have to turn to Christianity, because only an intelligent creator could create a narrative so perfect. To create such setup and follow-through over so much time, there'd have to be some aspect of intelligent design for such a perfect follow-through.
Looking for Miss Pelosi. The other thing is, we want to make it clear that there were only two people in the home at the time that the police arrived, Mr. Pelosi and the suspect. There was no third person present.
There were reports a third person opened the front door to allow officers to enter. District Attorney Brooke Jenkins says not true.
At this time, we don't have information as to which of the men, Mr. Pelosi or the suspect, opened the door at the time.
The police chief says responding officers saw the suspect hit Paul Pelosi with a hammer. They tackled and arrested the suspect, David DePape.
We have nothing to suggest that these two men knew each other prior to this incident.
The attack happened roughly 2:30 in the morning when Paul Pelosi was sleeping in his bedroom. Jenkins says Pelosi was home alone. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was in Washington at the time.
It was a forced entry into the rear door of the home, and that he ultimately did make his way upstairs, which is where he ultimately confronted Mr. Pelosi.
The Associated Press reports DePape carried zip ties with him.
He does look like the kind of guy that would do this. Listen, we don't body shame here, but if I was on Twitter and I saw some guy ranting about how he's going to go to Pelosi's house and murder her with a hammer, I would guess this is exactly how he looks in real life. This is exactly how I'd imagine that guy would look in real life.
DePape carried zip ties with him, asking the husband, "Where is Nancy?" Jenkins would not confirm if the intruder had zip ties.
All I can ask at this point is that there not be assumptions or presumptions made about any facts of this case.
She says she is aware of conspiracy.
Okay. She has said they do not know if the perpetrator had or the suspect had zip ties. So, yeah, keep that in mind. That is not confirmed, apparently. At least not yet.
Conspiracy theories surfacing online, including one that was tweeted out by new Twitter owner Elon Musk. Musk later deleted that tweet.
I think there needs to be a respect for what that family has endured, what Mr. Pelosi has endured and is recovering from.
No official updates today on Paul Pelosi's condition. Authorities say the suspect remains hospitalized. He is scheduled to appear in court on Tuesday. In San Francisco, I'm Da Lin, KPIX5.
That guy is enunciating too hard. This man is going too hard on the Chris Hansen news report. I'm John 5 coming at you at 5 p.m. Like what? Okay, he was doing like really enunciating the news reporter voice. You know, very breathy. Some of the delivery there. I don't know why he did that, but. You know, it's all good. So, as you can see, a lot of shit has happened, all right? There's a lot of confusion, and there's a lot of, fear, right? On one side of things, you have your average, Democrat voter liberal, right? Who's probably very worried about this because oh my god, not Nancy Pelosi, oh my god, no, our queen, oh my god, oh my god, no, our queen, no, our queen, no, you can't do, no, our queen. I'm sure there's definitely going to be some people that are like that. On the other side of things, you have people that are worried and concerned about this because the precedent that it sets, regardless of whether or not you necessarily like Nancy Pelosi. I don't really like Nancy Pelosi. She is left-wing as far as American politics goes, but she's not exactly somebody that... When I found out Paul Pelosi got attacked with a hammer, I wasn't exactly like, oh, no, oh, my heart goes out to them. No, that was not, no. I'll admit I was just like, okay, damn, shit. Damn, a little chuckle damn. The real concern is more so what led to it and what this is also leading to, right? So for about half a decade now, we have seen an unprecedented rise in conspiracy theories growing online. Now, I'm not just talking about conservative, right-wing, political conspiracy theories. I'm talking about just conspiracy theories in general. I mean, Flat Earth, for starters, has really only taken on its more unironic, larger, member base in the last 5 years. And a lot of it has to do with Facebook and large communities online that are able to pull in dumb, usually in some way mentally ill people, basically shovel propaganda at them, convince them they found a community that is both correct and will look after them and provide them with camaraderie, support, and friendship. And, you find yourself essentially in a conspiracy cult. I wonder how many flat Earth jokes were, I wonder how many flat Earth groups were jokes until 3 to 4 years ago. A lot of the anti-vax stuff was memes and jokes and ironic. Even on Facebook for a long time, there were a lot of fake, ironic anti-vax groups that were meant to attract real anti-vaxxers to troll them. But now, anti-vax is basically one of the number one positions of the Republican Party platform. There was a time when, anti-vax stuff was, pretty apolitical. I mean, it was obviously political, but it wasn't partisan, right? I feel like there was a pretty even split of crystal, J.O. crystal charging, essential oils sniffing, alternative medicine liberal moms that believed in that stuff, as well as conservative, crazy, conspiracy theory types. I feel like the anti-vax movement had a little bit of a 50-50 on both, but now it's maybe 1% of them are left-wing now, and all the rest seem to be conservative. Zan, you are correct. It was a big mixture of people with varying political views. That was my perception, at least, right? But now we've seen, over time, not only has conspiracy theory building online grown. Now, I don't have necessarily anything wrong with discussing conspiracy theories. It can be fun. It can be interesting. The big problem is where they almost always tend to lead, which tends to be to some far-right political conclusion, right? And the most common one is that the Jews control the world, and they are suppressing the truth from you, as well as restricting your freedoms. Those are generally the three basic points that almost every conspiracy theory runs back to, especially nowadays. And with that, you can imagine that a political group that relies on looking good, spreading lies and propaganda to make their ideas more palatable, you may understand that, maybe they'll see something like this, where their propaganda, their ideology, all of that has led to an instance of undisputable real-world violence. You may think this would be an instance that would make them go, whoa, maybe we're on the wrong side here. But no. Instead, they realize, fuck, this makes us look bad. We have to build separation between the consequences of our actions, and us. And that realization hits them. One of the first times it hit them in my recent... Hello, Zumi. One of the first times in my memory, as far as politics goes, that this realization hit the right was Charlottesville. Charlottesville was supposed to be a big deal for the right. Charlottesville was essentially the 2017 version of Elon Musk buying Twitter. This was supposed to be a moment where tradcon, neocon, alt-right, neo-Nazi, classical liberal figures all across the board and alike would come together to protest this hateful SJW movement to destroy the South's history, right? You had everything from classical liberal content creators like Sargon of Akkad to full-on neo-Nazis no bullshit supporting this thing. There was a lot of reputation riding on how the Charlottesville protest went. And it ended with a neo-Nazi murdering a woman named Heather Heyer, a counter-protester to the alt-right protest. He was arrested, and very quickly, the right started playing damage control. And it was to their detriment. You see, Charlottesville was such a massive and groundbreaking event, it literally shook the world, and images of that event became memes. the guys carrying the torches chanting "Jews will not replace us," that was rolling on every news station for like a week. It felt like all of a sudden the mainstream media in the wider world had kind of woken up to the effects of far-right political radicalization online. And over time, the Tiki Torch rant and Charlottesville started to leave people's minds, as the right desperately tried to cover up the reality of what had happened. They tried to claim... I remember there's this neo-Nazi YouTuber named ER. He's one of the biggest figures who's pushed this conspiracy. This is all the way back in 2019. But the idea was that Heather Heyer, despite every bit of evidence and the autopsy concluding that she was murdered and ran over by a car and that's what killed her, they tried to claim that she was just overweight and fat, which is why she had a heart attack and she died. The autopsy came to the conclusion that the car struck her, sent her flying, which caused her severe, near mortal injury, and that triggered a heart attack and she died. So it's basically the right trying to claim that, no, you see, this black man didn't die because a cop shot him. This black man died because a bullet went into the back of his head. It's kind of like that logic. So they had to kind of build this layer of separation from what they did and the consequences of their actions. Because if they allow the public to start to draw the line between these far-right figures pushing these crazy conspiracy theories online to their fans going out and acting on the only logical conclusion to these crazy conspiracy theories, then it's going to start to make people a little bit wise to what the online right is. You see, hate movements in real life were on their way out shortly before, the rise of Gamergate and the far right online. In real life, we were seeing, I think, lower than ever membership for, the KKK and other hate groups of the like in real life. The internet, however, was the alternative. The far right caught up, realized the internet was the best place to be, and now their number one issue, over every other issue they fight for, their number one concern, their number one goal is to preserve their platforms on large websites like YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, etc., right? They try to build their own, alt platforms and move their audience over there, before they get banned, to try to make it so that they have the ability to make a living off of spreading hate and misinformation, one, and two, so that in the case of not being banned, or as they'll say, censored, they have as wide of an audience to spread their misinformation and propaganda to as possible. Now, a lot of people would say the general public is smart enough not to fall for misinformation and far-right propaganda. I disagree. I think most people are too stupid to recognize the difference. And the big problem is that nowadays, the truth and facts are easier to find than ever through the internet, which makes it feel as though it's just too simple, right? If you can just go on the internet and find out what happened here, I mean, that's just too easy. Supposedly, surely they must be hiding something from me. There must be something going on here. There must be something up. I need to find out. And that's where I see a lot of it lead. A lot of it come from, at least. This idea that the truth, that this perception that because the truth is more easy to access than ever, then the truth must be hidden, right? So clearly what we're seeing isn't the truth, is their idea, right? This must not be the truth because we know it, is their logic. So a lot of people, I think, are prone to that thinking. And a lot of people, I think, are prone to being radicalized into some pretty scary ideas. One of the most popular right-wing arguments right now is that gay people, the LGBT community, is violent, particularly sexually violent, but just violent in general, and a threat to the rest of the world. In the case of in the case of like the LGBTQ community, we've got like trans people, right? The Republican Party is trying to push this idea that trans people, particularly trans women, are trying to enter women's spaces and use this some supposedly false womanhood to sneak in past the to get past the guard of cis women and to assault them or like sexually harass them or something, right? It makes no sense. Anybody who wanted to do this would not go through the effort of transitioning just to do that. But regardless, this is what they believe. They think this is an overwhelming problem, and this is what they're trying to spread as the truth to a wide variety of people. Another idea is the idea that like the trans people in the LGBT community are like grooming kids into being trans. This is a very common one among the right these days. So, you can imagine if you find out from some popular right-wing TV personality like Tucker Carlson that your children are in danger of being groomed by trans LGBT teachers, what are you likely to do? What are you likely to do about that information? I think there are a lot of people that can probably put two and two together there, if they're honest with themselves, and realize what the point of that talking point is. It is not simply disagreement with the idea of kids knowing about gay people. It is not disagreement with gender ideology being taught in classrooms. The number one point they always come back to is, these people are groomers. As in, these people are pedophiles, dangers to your children. How do parents react to a threat like that? How are parents expected to react to a threat like that? It's very clear. So as you can imagine, this tendency for conspiracy on the far right that has grown quite prevalent online, alongside the growing and ever-burning anti-LGBT sentiment of the right, we now have a new conspiracy theory hatched just hours after the event. This new conspiracy theory is that the man who broke into Nancy Pelosi's home to assault her with a hammer and ended up assaulting her husband instead was in fact her husband Paul Pelosi's gay lover, who they'd had, I guess, a sexual dispute that ended in them violently assaulting each other. That is the new right-wing conspiracy. And of course, Musker, the new name for Twitter, is having a completely normal one about it. So if you click on hashtag Pelosi gay lover, which is now almost #1 trending on Twitter at this point, we can see all the top posts about this. It's time to ban all semi-automatic assault hammers. Do it for hashtag Pelosi's gay lover. Or Pelosi gay lover. So this is obviously spreading the conspiracy. This Joe Walsh one is fine. We've got Luke Farmer, who is literally an SS Nazi hat Pepe avatar with 919 likes despite having only 15 followers. These people are really having a go of it on Twitter these days. You're telling me the person third in line to be president and best stock trader on the planet has no security cameras at their mansion? You're going to find a lot of different excuses they're going to come up with as to how this attack was supposedly impossible. And you know what's really crazy? It's not just going to be Nazis you're going to see spreading it. I know a lot of lefties are bad at accepting this, but there are going to be a lot of completely, like, politically anywhere between center right to center left, but really dumb kind of like your dad politics, not really, maybe they read a couple of headlines and that's about it. You are going to hear a lot of takes from people like that who hear the conspiracy. Oh yeah, well, why didn't the cameras catch them? And you know what they're going to say to that? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I didn't think about it like that. Huh. Man, I never considered... He would have cameras, right? How could the guy break in with a hammer and assault him if he has cameras? It's obviously fucking stupid. Cameras don't stop someone from assaulting you, but regardless, you're going to see a lot of different excuses and supposed, reasons for how this couldn't have happened. Hashtag Pelosi gay lover is trending. It's truly a new day for Twitter. Perception wars. Hashtag Pelosi gay lover. She fooled you about more than just Pauly P. I'm the ABC producer that buried the Epstein trafficking, James Goldston. Now I'm trying to bury Nancy Pelosi's Capitol riot setup. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, they also try to claim that the Capitol riot was a setup, of course. You know, all the bad shit, they have to separate themselves from the consequences of their actions. Cameras all over the Pelosi gay home. They're calling it the Pelosi gay home, in case you guys were unaware. Cameras all over the Pelosi gay home. Let's see the video, Nancy. They're demanding to see the video of the guy breaking in and assaulting her husband. Holding my popcorn for when 48 hours of 2020 or first 48 will cover the DePep Pelosi sexcapades. Can you imagine Keith Morrison? There was a political royalty, pink undies, and a hammer. What could possibly go wrong that night? When we returned, 2 a.m. at the Pelosi house, 2022 on oil canvas. So they sure are loving the memes. I want to remind you all, by the way, as funny as haha gay dudes, haha, it's the man meat. As funny as that is, I want to remind you all, these are Nazis who are homophobic, trying to claim the Nazi who broke in to Nancy Pelosi's house to try to murder her in an attempted political assassination because he is one of these people, is supposedly Paul Pelosi's gay lover. They have to separate themselves from what they're doing. Left is Paul's friend. The left person is not Paul's friend. The person on the left is the guy that assaulted Paul Pelosi. They keep calling Paul Pelosi's assaulter Paul's friend. Like they don't have any evidence for them being friends. They just keep on saying he was Paul's friend. The left side is Paul's friend. The right side is a cameraman for January 6th. So this is how they've built up their conspiracy theory here, right? They've decided this guy was actually Paul Pelosi's gay lover, and that this was all a setup or something, or I guess it was like a gay sex dispute, and that he was also at January 6th. So this means January 6th was set up, and the Pelosis were behind it. Instead of, maybe the much more likely, the guy who went to Nancy Pelosi's house to try to kill her probably would have also gone to the Capitol to try to kill her. Yeah, I feel like there's a pretty realistic through line there. Anyway, these posts all have thousands, hundreds of likes. They are not going to get banned. I have no doubt that they are not going to get banned. I don't think this is the kind of stuff that Elon Musk is at. I think this is what what we were talking about when we said this is what Elon Musk isn't going to be banning. Stuff like this that is like misinformation, conspiracy theories, and hate, like stuff like this. This is what's going to be completely allowed on Twitter, and in fact heavily encouraged and boosted for a long time on from here on out. What you probably won't see become the norm, or at least you won't see allowed, is what we'll get into a little later, which is like where the Nazis have been doing the N-word walls. I don't know if you guys have seen it, where like the Nazis spam, we're finally free, and it's like walls of the N-word. Have you guys seen that on Twitter? I believe the stat was that usage of the N-word boosted by 500% on the day that Elon Musk bought Twitter. That was the number. N-word usage boosted 500% the day that Elon Musk bought Twitter. That's 5 times the usage of the N-word. So it goes to show just how much racism there is online and just generally in society, that I feel like a lot of people, maybe not on the right, but in the middle, like in the center right, that try to create this sort of center right grift type content that's like, there's no racism, there's no bigotry anymore. There absolutely is. There abso-fucking-lutely is. Don't pretend there isn't. It's alive and well, my friends, on the internet, of all places. Anyway. Yeah. This is the new normal. Get used to it, guys. This is what happens when libs go back to brunch. You end up slipping and shit like this happens. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. You guys have been amazing. If you enjoyed this video, consider dropping a like. It helps my channel, my videos, my streams, etc. out a lot more than I think you guys even realize. And of course, you can comment down below, as well as subscribe to ring the bell icon. Subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, if you want to see more from me online, you can follow all of my social medias, which are linked down below in the description. And finally, if you want to perhaps support me financially and you've got the money for it and you don't need it for anything else, you could consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub to me on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or even through Patreon. I'm currently trying to save up money to move up to Seattle. Not exactly the Seattle, the city, but the Seattle area up in Washington State. And I want to be able to rent a house with a nice backyard and start doing a lot of interesting IRL content. Like content that involves me physically being outside in front of a camera for certain videos. A lot of it will involve animals too. That'll be pretty cool. But I feel like, you know, taking the idea of me talking about politics in front of a camera indoors and adding other cool factors to that, I feel like it'd be neat, you know? Being outdoors is a big part of that. Having animals and stuff is another big part of that. So you guys will see. Zan touching outside grass. Yes, Zan touching grass content. So if you want to see that, you guys know how to support it. With all that said, thank you so much for watching, no matter how you support me. I really appreciate it, and have a good one. That was a good-ass segment. I want to see Zan covered in cute birds. That will happen. That will, in fact, happen. Okay. Let me eraser off this topic from my board. I've got 6 topics for us today. That leaves us with 5. Xander Hall, you missed a few donations before your last segment. Oh, I think I forgot. I think I opened up the wrong thing. I meant to open up the feed. I must have opened up the chat. Yeah, I did. I meant to open up the feed, and I just opened up the chat. My bad. That is on me. That is me being cringe. All right. I read those. Pog. Okay. One Piece 34. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. That's really poggers and kind of you. I really do appreciate it. It helps a lot. Says, here's some good old fun Sunset City clips and the usual tomfoolery Cirrus and his pals do every Friday. Link and this link. Okay. Here, let's check this out. That's not very... they're not very long clips, but... Oh wait, that last link doesn't work. But we'll watch the first one in just a second. Thank you, One Piece. And MSDXR, the Juicer, coming in with 2 Tier 4 gifted subs. Holy fuck. Those are 1-monthers, right? No way are those more than 1-monthers. That's $80, right? MSDXR? That is a lot. Thank you so fucking much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so fucking much. $80 goddamn dollars. Holy fuck. You guys are so generous. I really, really do appreciate it. You guys help me out and just offers so much support. And I'm glad. I'm glad that I've got such a supportive community. I couldn't be more thankful. I really appreciate it. The sheer number of failed projects across the world that have been left to fester and will eventually come back to bite us is truly mind-blowing. Yeah, I wonder if that will end up being what destroys humanity. Some giant human work project that just ends up festering off in the middle of nowhere, out of human thought and time, like thought and mind for a while, and just ends up, causing us big problems. Hey, Geeky Lesbian, what's up? Here, let me update the dono goal really fast. Wow, you guys have gotten us all the way up to $205 out of $300 in the dono goal for tonight already. Holy shit. We might max out. Here, let's check out this, clip. What the fuck is Nilk? Is Nilk nipple milk? Why is it sitting next to Surus's titty avatar? I always thought that, like, if you were gonna sell human milk, it would be called Tilk. Titty milk. But Tilk for short. Listen, Homelander would buy my entire stock.
That's not very...
It's like that meme I sent.
That's not very Clancy Brown of you.
It's Battle for Bikini Bottom all over again.
All right, Wayne, you get.
We got we got Crimson Rose with $5. But
you got some of that secret
Eugene,
formula.
what are you doing with my bloomers?
the little noise. That is pretty good. I need to go on Surus's stream again to talk about Bible stories. I like to tell really funny Bible stories. By funny, I mean horrific and tragic Bible stories, and we joke about, I can't believe this is where people get their morals from, whenever I go onto Surus's stream. And I think the next one I'll tell is about the time where a city was laid under siege, and it was a battle of, like, it was sort of this situation where it was a battle of attrition, and the people inside the city had run out of the food. And so these two women, these two, like, maids, were in their home, and they realized, our city's getting raided. We've got no food. But you know what we do have? 2 babies. The story goes exactly where you think it goes. Yep. Those two women ate their own babies. Yeah. Yeah, the Bible's wild. The Bible's crazy, dude. It's fucking wild. God was wilding out when he wrote that shit. He was high as fuck. Literally. Without the Bible, we wouldn't have morals. Whew. Dude, the scariest people are the people that say, without the Bible, we'd have no morals, unironically. Like, wait, that book is literally all that keeps you from raping and murdering people? You believing the fairy tales in that book is all that keeps you from raping and murdering people. And thinking that's wrong. That's what Dennis Prager said. Yeah, it's a good example. .420 Blaze It Weed. No cap, you should be suspicious of any Christian who thinks God is the source of all morality. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, you have to... I think it's sort of important to be a good person, that you get your morals from somewhere internal, right? Like, if you're basically under the impression that you're being threatened into not doing evil, then are you really a good person? If I put, like, a gun up to, like, a murderer's head and make them, like, give out puppies to little kids and shoot them in the head if they do anything different, does that make that prisoner a good reformed person now? Because I put a gun to the back of their head and made them do good things? Like, that's not how morals works. That's essentially what religion is when you boil it down. God has a giant eternal torture gun pointed at the back of every Christian's head in their mind, and if they don't follow his morals, or at the very least pray for forgiveness, depending on the sect, Baptists love deathbed prayers and asking for forgiveness for the most vile shit and expecting to get into heaven, then, you know, that's just, like, they don't get it from anywhere internal, right? Understanding how religion was an inevitable part of human progression is important, but then realize we well and truly passed the need for it. Yeah, well, yeah, I agree that it was a needed aspect of human development, and I don't think that religion in and of itself is bad. For example, there are mythological religions, such as, like, more like mythologies, not even religions nowadays, like people that'll, like, sort of for the meme, like sort of worship the Norse gods or whatever, and you know, they're not the Nazis that do it, but, like, the people who do it because they you know, connect with it or think it's cool or whatever, right? I think that kind of religiosity is fine, and I've met some polytheistic people that have been, like, very chill, and their explanations of their morals have never been monstrous to me, but that's few and far between. I see people wear Mjolnir medallions and I get nervous. Yeah, I can see that, yeah. A lot of Nazis love the Mjolnir medallion. Look at this dumb, fat, little sleepy cat. Look. Oh, there we go. Look at her. Look how dumb and fat and sleepy she is. She's so stupid. How could she sleep all day like that? She is very pretty. She is a very pretty cat. She is a very pretty sleepy cat. She is very sleepy and very pretty. Anyway, Luna deserves ear scritches. If I wake her up, then she will climb on me. Dude, she enforces bedtime. She will literally climb up onto my chair, get all up over me, and, like, start rubbing on me and pawing at me and, like, doing the little, like, you know, kneading your flesh thing, and, like, she'll, like, get between me and my mouse and keyboard and basically make it impossible for me to sit at my computer and use the mouse and keyboard until I'm like, okay, Luna, and I get up and I lay in the bed and she lays down next to me and you know, snuggles me to sleep. She insists and forces a bedtime. She will stand right here in my lap and just look straight up at me until I come lay down. Look, she'll do that too when I get up, as, like, a way of, like, she'll reach out at me to try to get me to come lay down with her. She's very sweet. Oh, look at that belly. Hi. Did you hear I was talking about you? She found out I was talking about her. Oh. What was that? What'd you just do? Oh! You're blepping at the camera. Look at her blep. Oh. What's she doing? Oh. Damn, chat. That was cold. That was so goddamn cold. Did you see what she just did? She's just like, nope, back to the center of the bed. You guys don't get to look at me as clear anymore. She decided that's enough attention. She doesn't like that much attention. Aww. What a poor baby. That's really cute. That's really cute. One Piece 34, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that, friend. That's very kind of you. Says, Zan, here, the other clip that didn't work the first time. Ah, thank you. Let's watch this.
Okay, shall we do this one?
Stop! Alright, let's look at this. Thank you, One Piece.
Okay, shall we do this one last super chat and then call it?
Yes.
Okay,
sure.
Nick,
Wait.
you're up.
Wait. Hold on. I'm gonna get.
Wait. You're the fucking Punisher now.
Wait.
Wait.
I gotta see.
Wait.
What's this last one? Wait. Okay.
That
wait,
meme is really good.
All right.
I feel like someone needs to like clip that debate between Demon Mama and Destiny where they go wait, or no, wait, that wasn't, was that yeah, they did that too. I know that Vosh and Demon, or not Vosh, fuck, I'm mixing everyone up. I know that Vosh and Destiny did that, and Demon Mama and Destiny did that, but someone needs to get the Demon Mama Destiny wait thing and like get that clipped in with the Punisher going wait. I feel like it'd just be a really good setup and punchline, you know? Isn't that the Rob North thing? Maybe it was Rob North. I'm high right now, okay? Maybe I'm like, I might actually just be clipping different memories together at this point, alright? Don't give me shit.
Mr. Krabs, the $1.99. Put boy me Bob. Where the burger?
That was good.
That
was actually really good.
Chat, I just realized I have some bison burgers, like bison patties frozen in the freezer. I could probably like defrost those and do like a bison burger grilling stream. That would be cool. Would you guys like a video or a stream where I just grill some bison burgers? I don't know how many of you would actually watch that. You guys don't really watch my cooking content, because usually it's pretty scuffed, but this wouldn't be as scuffed as my usual cooking streams, to be fair. That boy can grill! I love cooking. Yes. Get the cat some treats, it's Halloween. I already gave her some shredded up chicken. You have cooking content? Yeah. I've streamed cooking a couple times, particularly on Twitch, which is why you guys should follow me on every platform. You guys should join my Discord server, subscribe and ring the bell icon on YouTube, follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter. These are the ways that you make sure you know when I go live or do some crazy content that you guys might miss out on. Like every single time every stream, I'll mention I did this thing or I streamed this thing and someone says, "You did? I didn't get that notification." I'm like, links in the description. Click all of them. That won't happen. Sorry, YouTube's just scuffed. Oh yeah, you can join the WoW Guild as well. I love playing WoW with the fans. It's fun. It's fan. Anyway, All right. All right, guys. Are you guys ready for another segment? You better be. Get your dicks and balls ready. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right. As you all may know, I'm actually a really big fan of VR technology. That is to say, virtual reality technology. I'm actually kind of a young fan to it as well, because for a very long time, I thought it was kind of a gimmick, you know, a very expensive, nauseating gimmick. I was wrong, though. The game that convinced me I was wrong was a game called Walking Dead Saints and Sinners. Actually, I want to show you a little Walking Dead Saints and Sinners gameplay, just to give you an idea of how awesome the general Can we get like a... Oh, here's like a trailer for part 2, which is like the new DLC they're releasing. Here's like an idea of what is possible nowadays in VR. I was not at all aware that VR technology had reached this point. This is a demo. So I want to remind all of you, this is VR. So those hand movements, what's being grabbed, what's being aimed and shot, this is being done with controllers that track your hand motions. So like when you make a fist in the game, etc. Right? At least if you're using the VR headset I ended up getting, which was the Valve Index. And I love VR. It's really, really cool. And once I got my VR headset, I started to check out other VR games. And quickly, one of my favorites became VR Chat. VR Chat is really cool and really interesting. Now, it has its problems, oh, believe me. But it was really fun, because there was a while there, back when I had my VR stuff set up, I don't hear because this room's too small. Back when I had my VR stuff set up, where like, after almost every stream, I was like, by the way, any of my fans, download VR Chat for free on Steam. If you have a VR headset, use that, or you don't need one, and hop on VR Chat. We'll make a lobby in like one of these games where you're literally, it's like you're inside of a penthouse apartment, and it looks really nice, and there's a giant flat screen TV, and everyone can just sit down on the couch or on their chairs in real life, but in the game it looks like you're sitting on a couch together and just literally watch anything on that TV. You could queue up YouTube videos, you could illegally pirate movies and TV shows. It was really, really fucking cool. And we did watch parties and like get-togethers and fan meetups in VR Chat like that for a while, and I want to get back to doing that. But all of this is to say, VR, virtual reality, and augmented reality really interests me. And I genuinely do believe something not too dissimilar to like the Oasis from Ready Player One might be in our hands, virtually speaking, within the next 30 years. Maybe 20 or less. Definitely, at most, 30 years. Now, I'm not saying you'll be popped in, like hacked into your brain and it'll feel real and everything. What I'm saying is you will be able to put on a VR headset and have a VR experience as far as like the gameplay and the multiplayer abilities and everything goes. Not too dissimilar to the Oasis from Ready Player One. And I think that's something that a lot of people who are aware of VR and who like VR really, really want. They want it badly. And for a while, I thought deep down, despite how much negativity there was towards it, that maybe Facebook's Meta could be that. You see, I was a naysayer about VR before I actually tried it out and realized how good it was. Perhaps the internet is just not giving this metaverse thing a chance. However, it seems like not only has Metaverse been maybe not finished, but more or less made ready for people to use, it has been received very badly and has basically failed. Failed so badly that it has tanked Facebook's stock prices, which I do think is kind of funny. The only problem with this is, or the thing that I find a little bit tragic about all of it, is the fact that I don't know. I feel like it kind of might scare a lot of companies away from trying something like this in the future, even if they want to do it better. But maybe it won't. Maybe that's just me being a little bit too doomer about it. Regardless, though, Marquez Brownlee, massive YouTuber, massive fucking YouTuber, 16.3 million subscribers. He does tech videos. They're pretty good. If you like tech and, you know, internet stuff, like if you want to be caught up on what's going on with technology, his content, his channel is a good place to be. He generally gets like a lot of his hands on like a lot of technology early too. So there's a good chance he might actually have played or used the metaverse before and actually have had like hands-on experience at some point. I don't know if that's true though, but that's just my knowledge going in. Very possible. But this video is number 35 on trending. It's about who cares about the metaverse, and what I'm hoping to find out is like what's up with the metaverse, why did it fail, and is there any hope for it? Is there any hope for this type of VR experience in the future? Or the near future?
Somebody tell me why this was never in any of Meta's presentations. How is me putting a phone camera in the Quest Pro headset the most compelling demo of VR I've seen in like the last 5 years? But I have some hot takes on this whole metaverse thing that I kept to myself for a little while, but I think it's finally time to share them, so buckle up. Let's get into it. So Meta's stock is down over 60% this year. Facebook's growth has flatlined, and their CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, has doubled down on this commitment to the whole metaverse thing, which they've continued to pour tons and tons of money into. It's like, what is going on here? But let's just zoom out a second and start with some definitions. VR is virtual reality, which is, you know, putting the headset on and being completely immersed in a new virtual world. AR is augmented reality, which is overlaying virtual things on top of the real world.
So like basically like VR is when you put on a headset and you're like in a game. You're in a video game. There's zombies everywhere. You're on the street of like the New Orleans cities, right? That's VR. AR would be like, you know, you've got like a phone screen like hologram that hovers in front of you while you're walking down the street going about your day. That would be augmented reality.
I'm gonna use those a lot in this video. Those two things.
Yeah, an augmented reality, very good example of it is Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go was an AR game, an augmented reality game. AR is like those Google glasses. I remember when Google glasses like were first announced and like rolling out, and I was like, damn, these things are gonna be around pretty soon, right? Now it's like 2022. I mean, I know that some people have them, but they're just like not very good.
Things though are both particularly hard to demo. You kind of have to try it and use it to actually understand it and appreciate it. So I know there's a lot of curiosity about VR, especially...
This is completely true. Like, YouTube videos are incapable of giving you the full understanding of how immersive VR is. When you put on like a Oculus Rift, no, not Oculus Rift, what's it called? The Valve Index. When you put on the Valve Index and you get like all the settings on like the headset, right? It really feels like you're there. Like there's no screen there. There's just, it just feels like you're in that world. Everything is 3D. You reach out, and not only does your hand reach out in the environment, but when you pick things up, you actually pick things up. Unlike a hologram that's fake, your hand doesn't just go through it. You actually pick up the thing in the game, or your hand can't go through the wall you're trying to push it through in the game. Even if there's no resistance in real life, there's in-game feedback that's very... It gets to the point where my first few times playing a game in VR, I took the VR headset off, and I had to go for a few grabs at the water bottle before I actually managed to grab it correctly, because I was used to my arm proportions being shorter in VR. And my arms were longer in real life. I was actually like having a hard time adjusting to my real body in real life because I was so used to the world that I had existed in VR. You get some of the... You even get like, if you play enough horror games in VR, you'll start to get flashes out the corner of your eyes in the dark after you play it, you know? Because you'll start to see things where they aren't at, you know? Like, it can really fuck you up on your first few times using VR because you're just not used to it, but you do get used to it. That does go away after a while, But for a little while, when you first start using VR stuff, you almost get that bleed-through effect thing from the Animus in Assassin's Creed.
Lately, and it can be kind of hard to tell if it's like just another trend in tech, like 3D TVs, whatever happened to those, or if it's actually the future that we'll all be living in, like Ready Player One, or maybe.
I think it'll be a bit of both. I don't think like the experience of sitting down on your computer and being able to play a video game, I don't think that'll ever go away. You know what I mean? I think we'll always have people that would rather just sit down on their computer and play a video game. VR just does not work seamlessly enough to be a replacement, you know? Like, maybe if it was like this headset, right? Like, if it had like a 24-hour battery life, wireless headset, weighed about as much as this, and I could literally just put this on like this, I guess, and it's just, boom, you've entered the oasis. You know, maybe then, you know, everybody would be doing it, and there'd be absolutely no excuse not to. But right now, the best VR, like, gear requires you to have, like, several connections and like a hook in your ceiling to keep the wire from tripping you. You have to have like pads on your floor to keep so you know that you're not stepping out of your play area, and there's like the risk of throwing your fucking like your controller or breaking your headset. There's just so much that goes into it. It's not at that level of fidelity. You have to take off your headset just to get a drink of water. You have to take off one controller, unstrap one, and a headset to get a drink of water. Or have someone in the room with you to like, hey, water. Thank you. You know, like, it is currently, at least, not a replacement for traditional gaming.
Be more like Wally. Hard to tell. Either way, there's basically one visible mega company that's clearly pushing all their chips in on this definitely being our future, and that's Meta, formerly known as Facebook, with their CEO Mark Zuckerberg. This guy right here. And he explained to me many times that they really believe in this metaverse thing, and he showed me all of this Quest Pro stuff right before it was announced on stage, so I got to form my opinions on it before.
You know what's actually kind of like unsettling is that you can kind of tell Mark Zuckerberg is kind of fit. Like, Mark Zuckerberg is probably actually in pretty good shape right now. Like, unironically. It's scary to think this wax man is probably actually pretty muscular underneath the shirt. People who know about, like, lifting and bodybuilding can tell. Yeah, he's probably pretty ripped underneath that shirt.
He showed me all of this Quest,
which is absolutely terrifying. Absolutely fucking terrifying.
Pro stuff right before it was announced on stage, so I got to form my opinions on it before the slightly more cringeworthy presentation version we've all seen. The metaverse might have a pretty terrible reputation already, but let's try to take a step back, look at it objectively like a piece of tech.
Okay.
Shall we?
That's what I want. This is what I've needed. This is what I've been looking for.
So, like I said, VR is one of those things you kind of have to try to understand and appreciate, but also the spectrum of how much people care about the metaverse is hilarious. Like, all the way from not caring at all and never having tried VR in their life, all the way to, like, serious believers, like companies hiring a chief metaverse officer and a metaverse.
Well, the scary thing as well is that metaverse has already reached market saturation. Who doesn't know what metaverse is? Hyper's in chat if you had no idea what metaverse was until this segment. Not one of you. Not one of you didn't know what metaverse was. Fucking crickets. It's already reached market saturation before rolling out fully. Yeah, we have one liar. So, like, there has to be a fundamental change in the quality of the metaverse if it is bad to change things. Because, like, it's not a matter of, oh, it hasn't reached the right audience. Everyone knows about it. This product has already reached full market saturation.
Being in every headline, and just like a weird obsession with it. So it can be kind of hard to give a single answer to this, but I actually think it's pretty simple. The internet, as we have it right now, is mostly controlled by two things: ads and devices. So if you control the ads, then you're the one connecting people to the things that they buy. That's basically what Google does. Like, Google's job is to know everything they possibly can about people and then show them ads for things, not just on Google search results, but all over the internet with Google AdWords. Pretty much every company in the world who does online advertising pays Google to do it for them.
I think it's, what was it? Facebook knows you better than your own parents. Or no, Facebook knows you better than you do, I think is the stat. Or not the stat, but like the conclusion of a study and a collection of stats and data found through Facebook's algorithm. That was like the vast majority of people whose data had been collected by Facebook knew them better than they knew themselves. So that is to say, Facebook has an entire database of people, what they post, how they speak, what interests and things they like, and they're able to compare and contrast millions, tens, hundreds of millions of people across their platform to figure out trends. And they can pretty reliably predict what kind of things you'll like. Well, it's why chances are if you go on Facebook and you look at the ads tailored for you for like TV shows and movies, it's probably stuff that you'd like. Even if you've never engaged with Facebook in a way that would indicate you like that product, right? So for example, if you're like very edgy and like just very, edgy and loud and controversial on Facebook, then there's a good chance that maybe Facebook recommends you The Boys. Because they know that, people are memeing the fuck out of Homelander right now. Somebody who gets off on being super edgy and whatnot probably would like this show about about this character that's been memed, right? Where Homelander's in it, right? So like you can Facebook can make generalizations like that pretty safely, and it works. It's why they've been such a successful company up until the point of their terrible business decisions by the looks of it with Meta.
So for as much as we talk about like the Pixel and Google Chrome and Android on this channel, Google is at its core.
Wait, chat. Facebook knows you're gay or trans before you do. It's true.
An ads business. And then if you control the devices people use, then you very much have control over what makes it to people's eyeballs. Facebook has wanted to make a popular device, but they don't make one. Trust me, they've tried. But now, in 2022, as popular as Facebook is, they have clearly saturated the market. They've peaked. They've begun their inevitable very slow decline, and so they've made their bazillions of dollars. But now, with things like the iPhone adding that Ask App Not to Track button, that took a multi-billion-dollar chunk out of Facebook's ads business. Didn't really hurt Google as much because people still go to google.com and type in a box what they're looking for. Google still knows a lot about people. So bottom line is Facebook is accepting that L. They dominated the early parts of...
Isn't it interesting that the more privacy and freedom the user base of a platform has, the less money the platform makes? Oh, we're going to stop collecting your... Here's an option that allows you to opt out of us collecting your information and selling it to companies and advertisers. If you click it, though, we make a lot less money. Your privacy costs us. Your privacy costs us. You can see why these corporations would have an interest in fighting things like laws that make it so they have to have a button like that where you can opt out of them collecting your personal data to sell to companies and whatnot.
To the internet, and that was great, but now the slow decline has begun and they're moving on to the next big thing. And if you could look all around at all the technologies that could maybe be the next big thing, that one thing that keeps bubbling back up to the surface has been VR and AR. And so Facebook, Meta, can control as much of this VR future as possible, the software, the hardware, the ads, the things that make it to people's eyeballs. then they will regain the control and the money that they're after. So cue them rebranding themselves to Meta and pouring billions and billions of dollars into that exact...
He really does not look like a real person. Why does he look like that? I'm not joking, chat. What happened? I swear he wasn't like this when I was a kid. Like when Mark Zuckerberg was like the nerdy dude who started Facebook when I was a kid, he didn't look like a fucking android. He must actively be feeding into if this is on purpose, if this is like makeup or something, if this is on purpose, he is purposefully feeding into the reptilian conspiracy theories.
Mission. Okay, so
Yeah,
this
he
might
has
be
no
kind of a hot
eyebrows.
take, but the Meta Quest Pro, this headset, is $1,500, and I'll explain the thinking behind that in a second, but it is actually pretty good. It's
Okay. I can understand 1,500. So to give you guys an idea, the Valve Index, which I saved up for like 4 months for, was $1,000. This is $500 more. It better be worth it. It seems to be wireless, which is a good start. What's its battery life like? And what's the quality like? If it's quality-wise the same as the Index, or just a little bit better, or maybe even a little worse, but you get the trade-off of wireless with some pretty damn good battery life, and it comes with controllers, assuming it comes with controllers, I can see that price tag being not too insane. Zan, there is one that sells for $8,000 and it's incredible. Really? Holy shit. Ugh. I don't think I'd ever drop that much money on a VR headset unless it literally jacked into my brain and like it was full on VR like sci-fi shit.
pretty good, technologically speaking, a pretty good headset. It is much more comfortable than a lot of others I've tried, so they've split the components now between the displays and lenses in the front, and speakers and buttons through the middle, and then the battery at the back. It is lighter than it looks, but I think it's more about the balance and the weight. Here you can see, it feels like the balance point is right in the middle there, which is better. But then you put it on and you look like this. Here you go. Boom. And without the blockers on the side, there is a little bit of a gap, and you do have peripheral vision light coming in from the sides and not...
That's really bad. Having any light peripheral vision coming in from the sides is really bad. You should not be able to see someone's eyes when they look up or down or left or right when they're wearing a VR headset. At the very least, a nice foam padding to help seal to the face is like that alone would have helped.
At the top. Inside, there is a custom Snapdragon XR2 Plus processor, 256 gigs of storage, 12 gigs.
Damn. Okay, so this is like a little internal computer
Of RAM, and then a slimmer set of displays and lenses, and then the screens inside are giving you 1920 by 1800 per eye at up to 90 FPS, and it can do this decent full color pass through with the 10 sensors and cameras.
This AR stuff isn't too bad. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing about this, alright? This is cool and all, but I can do exactly this with my Valve Index. I've literally done it. Where I'll just, like, whenever I'm feeling, like, a little bit down, I would just put on my VR headset and load up, like, you know how when you load up, like, the Steam VR thing, you can pick, like, a starter, like, location, house, hub, whatever. I downloaded one that was literally Bilbo Baggins' house and, like, Hobbiton and the Shire from Lord of the Rings. And I would literally just chill in the living room of Bilbo's house. It's really cozy and it's really high quality. And I could literally put my monitors for my computer as like holograms in front of me. I did it for a segment once, actually. Hold on. Wait, I can show you exactly. I did this for a segment once. Xander Hall VR. Yeah, here we go. Look at this. That they made. You guys want me to do more streams like this when I'm in Seattle? Look at this shit. Is this supposed to be like a alternative to YouTube? What is this supposed to be even, actually?
It's called PocketNet. It already exists, and only the users decide which content is appropriate for them on PocketNet. When you get high ratings for your content or comments, you earn Pocket Coin for that, and you increase your PocketNet reputation along the way. It's pretty cool, as you can.
This is no bullshit's last video he ever uploaded. This is me covering it.
These are actually
not Angry Joe. So you can see I've got my chat. This is what I see on one screen. This is the chat up here. I could literally look over and you could see the chat. And then on the other screen, we had the video I was covering. So when I turned to look at chat, you guys would see my head turning to look at it as well. But I was also still on the screen. Looking at VR recordings makes me seasick. There's been a few people in chat who have said that. But yeah, let me know if you guys would like more content like that when I get to Seattle, because I can't set up my VR again until I am in Seattle, and I have the space for it. Anyway, back to it. Sorry, I just wanted to show you an example of, like, you can kind of do that without meta already.
Scattered around the outside. It's not the best pass-through I've ever seen, but it does work, and it lets you feel like you're in a normal environment. Plus, there's these new Touch Pro controllers, which have cameras and sensors of their own, and they all charge on a single dock through some pins, which you'll be doing often because, sadly, the headset does just have like a 1.5 hour battery life when unplugged. But then there's also a suite of sensors on the
1.5 hours is rough, dog. You know what's holding back these wireless headsets? Battery capacity. If that, like, I would honestly be fine with a little bit more weight if they just distribute more batteries for more weight along the sides, so it's not like imbalanced. They could pull that off. I would take even a pound more weight on my head if it meant like an hour or two more battery life on this thing. Like, I think 3.5 hours is a good amount of battery life for one of these things. Like, if it could last that long and it was good quality, I'd be like, yeah, okay. Sure, yeah, it's pretty good. Because, like, I don't know if, like, more than 3 hours in VR is healthy for you, honestly. Because you really get immersed in a separate reality, and there are probably going to be studies in the future about the negative effects of spending too much time in virtual reality. Because it is... When you have a good VR headset and good controllers and a good game, good audio and everything, it is really immersive. It's something else.
The inside, facing your eyes, facing your face for face tracking. Okay, right now I'm looking at an alien face, but a little bit more interesting than that is the alien face is in real time showing what the headset sees my face doing. And so every expression that I make, every little facial movement.
That's cool. That's really cool, and the kind of thing I want in, like, VR chat. I want, like, the mouth and facial movements to be completely synced up in VR games like VR chat and any other multiplayer VR game where I can talk to other players and stuff. I want to be able to walk up to somebody and be able to have, like, an expressive conversation in a VR game. That would be awesome. Yeah, there are other games that do that allow you to quick switch between, like, visual, like, facial emotions while you speak, and as you talk in game, your mouth opens and closes. There are games that do that, but this is a whole other level.
Oh, the eye movements.
This is face tracking. This is like mocap.
It's kind of a lot of the little things too, like the little muscles on your face that move when you talk and you make little micro expressions. So if I was in a virtual world and trying to convey.
Basically, for the quality of mocap that we're trying to achieve, like, we're literally trying to get the technology used to make God of War, like the new God of War games, like that mocap technology, the mocap technology used to make, like, The Last of Us 2, we're trying to make that accessible to everybody in a VR headset. That level of mocap on the face. That's a lot to ask of a headset that's battery powered.
Emotions to another person, then they
That's
would
the ideal.
see everything.
That's the ideal future of VR technology.
Cool. VR and AR both work pretty well through this headset, but at the end of the day, it still is a pretty chunky, it's a pretty big headset. It doesn't fold down either, so if you want to travel with it, you need like a bag or a backpack. This version might not be tempting to you. Zuckerberg keeps telling me, you know, people buy a new $2,000 machine as their desktop computer all the time, and this is maybe a replacement for that someday. But this might not be tempting to you. But theoretically, in a couple of years, a new version of it is much, much smaller, closer to like a regular pair of glasses. And then even further down the road, another version is even smaller, maybe lightweight like Google Glass used to be back in the day. And then eventually, it's an incredible, actually portable piece of tech. And so, theoretically, if you pour enough money and talent into something, it can become amazing. Which leads me...
That's the thing. Like, my thought process has been, there's no way Facebook, now Meta, doesn't have the money to just zerg at this project till they make a massive breakthrough in VR technology. Like, fuck Facebook, fuck these massive corporations and all. They can go bankrupt for all I care. Don't you think it would be nice if they invented a massive breakthrough in VR technology while going bankrupt? Like, that's the best case scenario in my mind. The tech is actually great. Yeah, like, I do think that, like, there could be a day that comes where naysayers of the metaverse look really dumb. I'm not saying it's definite, but I do think it's possible.
Leads me to my next point.
Is it actually the future?
This is the real question here. Every time I see a new VR headset pop up, whether it's this like Pico Pro headset or the Meta Quest Pro or anything like that, the question is always like, is this VR thing really actually going to be the future? Like, it's cool with tech and it works and everything, but are we actually going to be spending meaningful time in VR at some point? And the answer, of course, depends on who you ask, obviously. I feel like I've noticed
I think at some point we will. I think that the bounds of VR, when broken, our current bounds of VR, as they are broken, are going to open up possibilities so enticing and so tempting, they're going to be irresistible. Think about Fortnite. Fortnite's a lot like what the metaverse wants to be. Like Marshmello and like other large music artists like Ariana Grande and Juice WRLD have done concerts in Fortnite. What? That's crazy. Imagine that 12, 10, 5 years ago, before Fortnite came out. Fortnite's getting VR support too. It'll be huge. Holy fuck. I will play Fortnite VR. I will play the fuck out of Fortnite VR. I will play the fuck out of Fortnite VR. Well, apparently my skins didn't go to waste after all. Yeah, I'd stop playing Fortnite. If they're making VR Fortnite, that sounds really cool. I think there are so many possibilities, both gaming-wise and just... God, have you ever seen Google Earth VR? Just the ability to experience hypothetical or real places in VR alone, just that technology is so valuable. Google Earth VR gameplay No commentary. I don't want any commentary with this. I just want to do some good memes here. So this is gameplay. This is 5 years old? What the fuck? Okay, here's some from a year ago. Here we go. All right. This is what Google Earth VR looks like. Tell me VR doesn't have a future in some way.
This is so boring.
Okay, this guy's got an intro and everything. Okay, let's get to the content.
So we can play VR now. Specifically, I wanted to try Google Earth VR because it's easy to use and you know, it's a pretty simple game, pretty simple concept. You just walk around the Earth and, you know, do stuff. I didn't know Chicago had a Ferris wheel. What the hell? I didn't see this when I went there. I guess we learn something every day. Oh, if you want to see the city at night, and it's beautiful at night, you just take the sun and you smash into the horizon, and there's no city lights because it's Google Earth. But you see the galaxy, it's pretty cool. Not like you could see that in like Space Engine or something. But yeah, that's Chicago. Let's move on. Okay, a slight step up from Chicago. This is the entire Earth. Where should we go? Let's go to Hollywood. Here's the Hollywood sign. Most movies are made somewhere in this region. Like, okay, hold on. This region I'm outlining right here makes like 50% of all the movies ever made. I've discovered the gold mine here. There's just, oh, is this the Harry Potter land? This is the Harry Potter land.
Soy!
Yes, I found Hogwarts.
I'm
thinking that this is Hogwarts.
This is only going to get, this is clearly Hogsmeade. This is only going to get more detailed as time goes by the way. Like, this is Google Earth satellite data. That this is, that this 3D fully explorable Google Earth world is built on. Fucking satellite data. This is only going to get more accurate,
Not
more
entirely
realistic.
100%
This is just
sure,
PS1
but-
graphics
oh.
right now.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
You can literally go and explore anywhere in the world you want right now with PS1 graphics. Yeah, it's kind of like Microsoft Flight Simulator, yeah.
I'm sure now. Look at that.
Even
That's
North
cool.
Korea,
That's
technically,
so cool.
yeah.
I like. Is that Matthew Centaro? Okay, here's downtown Los Angeles. It's pretty freaking big. Which one is it?
Anyway, as you can see, regardless of whether or not it's gaming or just like exploring physical environments, I think VR has a future. VR also has a really big future for art. Zan, Unreal Engine 5 recently got their Lumen and Nanite stuff working for VR, so now we can have super high fidelity if you have a computer for it. Let's go! Yeah, when I get a 4090, that VR shit's gonna go hard.
The younger the person is that you talk to, the more likely they are to want to give VR a chance or to try it more often. But if you ask Meta, if you ask anyone in leadership at Meta, the answer is yes, absolutely 100%. This is the future that we are all going to be living in, using VR all the time. Metaverse for sure. Now, of course, they have to believe in that because the
Fortune
whole company
favors the bold.
is a huge ship barreling in that exact direction. But also watching the presentation of everything at the Meta Connect keynote, as miserable and awkward as it was, the more you watch, the more it kind of crystallizes their whole plan for me. Basically, step one, think of all the things people normally do on the internet. Step two, make those things in VR and then pour tons of money into them. And then that's kind of the whole plan. If you get the time and you actually get to watch through that presentation, it happens over and over again, where basically they realize that people do certain things in real life, and then they want to bring that thing into VR. Oh, you'd like to do this? Here's a VR version. Oh, you do this other thing? Here's a VR version. Over and over again. And ideally, for them anyway, convincing people to use the VR version.
That's a bad idea. VR shouldn't focus on creating experiences you can have in real life. It should focus on creating experiences you can't have in real life and that you can only have in VR. What sounds more interesting to you? A VR, if you could only use the Star Trek holodeck one time, what location synthesized on that holodeck would you rather visit? A normal Earth beach with like crystal clear blue water and like a nice like tropical destination, somewhere you could go in real life and experience as long as you like many times, or like, I don't know, the surface of like an alien planet teeming with alien life you could explore. You want to create experiences you can only have in VR. That is what will attract people. Things that make people go, whoa, if I get a VR headset, I can do that? Okay, I need to save up for one of these. That's the kind of impression you want to give people.
Just will become a matter of making the VR version really, really good. Hopefully better than the real life version. And that's where I think my hot take comes in, which is that some of these VR applications are actually scary good and starting to look better than the non-VR version. And for Meta, if they can get enough of these things to be real, then they'll be making this metaverse thing happen.
Gretchen, stop trying to make
Metaverse
happen. It's not going to happen.
Okay, so some are easier than others, right? Gaming.
Are Mean Girls memes still in, guys? I guess they are.
Yeah, we've got some good games already in VR. Now, we got to work on getting more, like a better variety of games, better fidelity,
God, it's
etc.,
sussies.
more immersion. And pouring
Little
money
sussies.
into this ecosystem will entice developers to rapidly improve games and make better games, which is awesome. But there's more to life than just games. What else do people do all day in 2022? Zoom calls? Okay, perfect. Yes, they've got Zoom calls, but better. They've built an entire virtual meeting room experience where you can do video conferencing in VR with other people. So, if some of your friends or coworkers don't have VR headsets,
me and the boys planning war crimes in VR.
That's fine. They'll show up as a floating video feed in the metaverse. But now with a bunch of people in meetings, you can talk to the people around you. You can do breakout meeting rooms instantly. Really good immersive present.
We can do a lot of this in VR chat. We can do a lot of this in VR chat, and a big problem is they gotta change the avatars. Like, the avatars are... Think about it like this, right? So, everybody on the internet judges a book by its cover, and if that cover has anything they can poke fun at, they will poke fun at it instead of taking it seriously. And these avatars look like Johnny, Johnny, yes, Papa. Do you eat the sugar? No, Papa. Why you lie? Whatever the fuck, however it goes. You know those videos? It looks like Coco Melon animation, which is just off-putting to people. It looks soulless and cash grabby. Even if it's not, it looks that way. It feels that way. You have to make it, at the very least, obviously they should be focusing on the core functionality first and foremost, and I do like if that's what they're focusing on, but they need to at least put out a statement that, like, this is placeholder art. This design for, like, avatars is placeholder art. Like, yeah, like, me avatars would look better than this because they would be leaning all the way into the cartoonish this. This just looks too uncanny valley, you know? Like, either try to lean heavily into making it look real or make it fully cartoony and stylized. Don't try to get a weird uncanny valley blend of both. Yeah, like Xbox avatars.
Presentations, etc. Now, currently, as you can tell, these are all using these avatars. And these, I think, are bad. They're pretty cringy. I mean, you can customize them, of course, with a bunch of different things. Different hair and features and outfits and piercings, etc. Which is kind of neat, sure, but you still end up feeling like a metaverse meeting is just a bunch of Mii characters from Nintendo Wii. But it's very...
Wait, but the Mii characters would be better.
Very much a stopgap, because we also saw that Meta announced this live avatar demo that looked absolutely...
Wait. It is placeholder. You know? Dude, if this is just the early iteration of this technology, holy fuck. Chat, I know it's easy to go to, like, immediately try to doomer about stuff like this, but I don't think you guys realize how impressive this is. This is extremely impressive. This is the VR headset scanning their faces and creating their faces speaking in real time and moving in real time in a digital environment.
Wild to me. You can essentially use your phone to take a scan of yourself, and then the headset takes that and puts a photorealistic version of you into the virtual environment.
So it's actually not like face mocap technology. It's actually that face scanning and animation technology where they like make a picture of somebody sing. It's more like that than like mocapping. Interesting. So we'll see this technology get better along with that technology that makes those funny pictures sing songs as those get better.
Complete with that face tracking and eye tracking and everything that we talked about before. That is super next level. So you can imagine now
there's actually like texture mapping to it as well, so it's not all flat.
Now, instead of just a Zoom call with coworkers, a really good meeting is a bunch of people from all over the world all in one room with all the advantages of the eye contact and relative.
Imagine the deep fakes. Oh God. Holy fuck. Dude, I hope I make my bag and I'm able to theoretically retire before deepfake technology gets to the point where you can basically fake anyone doing anything. That is going to be a terrifying age of the internet. That is literally the age of the internet that Metal Gear Solid Revengeance was warning us about. The one with Senator Armstrong? I'm pretty sure that's the one.
Of audio positioning and being able to like lean over to the person next to you and say something really quietly just to them. All of this is stuff that you can't really do in a Zoom call. And so just replace these weird avatars with the hyper realistic ones and they might be onto something. But that's just meetings. That's not even that much time. What else do people do? Maybe they just work remotely, period. Sure, okay, then they'll build.
The ideal VR experience is putting on a VR headset, popping into a fantasy world with my friends who are also there with me, and going and like slaying some monsters in a dungeon for gear to continuously like gear up our real life looking avatars, our real life us looking avatars in the game, and it feels like we're really having that experience. So basically WoW in VR, but it feels like you're in real life, you know, not WoW, but like a generic fantasy setting, right? Of some kind. You know, me and my friends running a dungeon. Like, that is the kind of experience, like some Sword Art Online bullshit. That is the kind of experience I want out of VR, ideally.
Build this whole metaverse, this whole virtual office building for people to work in. So if they work all over the world in different countries, they can all collaborate in the same spaces. But even the first thing I showed in this video, which is just simply working on your computer, which is a thing that many people do for many hours a day. And the Quest Pro has native Mac support that let me project my Mac screen onto these multiple huge virtual screens. So you can take a huge triple monitor setup wherever you go, basically.
I can do that.
And just take this headset
with my Valve Index
and do way more with fairly high resolution that can again get better with time and more money. They've poured money into Microsoft to bring Office 365 and Word and Excel and everything into workrooms natively. They've poured money into...
That's still a decade away at least. I think technology is one of those things that can really surprise you, you know? It's sort of like, it's almost like a boiling pot, rising and rising, the water level's rising and rising and rising. More like faster and faster and faster, but it's rising in different areas at different speeds, at different times, right? So like right now, for 500,000 euros, you can go buy basically a fucking sea moth from Subnautica. I've talked about it and ranted and raved about it plenty on stream. I don't need to say more. It's called the Nemo 2. You can look it up on Google if you're interested. The Nemo 2. That is a thing that fucking exists. So when we live in a world with technology like that, it makes me think maybe like very high fidelity VR and augmented reality lifestyle changes aren't that far off, you know? Maybe it is less than a decade away, 6 or 8 years away. When the technology comes out, I think it might happen more overnight than you expect. Like, you might even be late to the party on realizing it's happened. And that's the surprising thing about crazy cool technology like this.
To Accenture to give them like thousands.
I think a lot of it also has to do with like faux futurists like Elon Musk basically distracting everybody from real technological innovations and massive things to be excited about in the tech industry towards his like snake oil unfulfillable promises that he just keeps on pushing the goalpost on when they're supposed to happen.
Thousands and thousands of VR headsets to get those people to use the metaverse to work virtually all the time. Basically, Meta can and will dump a ton of money into this because that's all they're doing right now. There's like a common trope that like if you want to make a bunch of money as a startup right now, just make a virtual reality tech startup in some way, and you will eventually level up enough to just get acquired by Meta. It's no wonder chief metaverse officers became a thing. That became a way to like make it seem like you might get acquired by.
That sounds scary. It kind of sounds like how Netflix has this problem with literally picking up almost every project they get offered instead of like really trying to lean into making a few flagship shows, having a good release schedule for them so that there's always one running at any given time and heavily advertising each one in the time that they're running and giving them a longer window to run. That's what Netflix needs to do, and I worry that a similar bad business decision is what Meta's making here that might fuck over their VR aspirations. I want the metaverse to succeed. I want it to be the best it can possibly be and to be good and to succeed. That is the best case scenario for anybody who likes VR technology.
By Meta. But that brings us to the last thing. There's only one problem that I have with.
No, it's not. Actually, no. I'll adjust that. The best case scenario is Meta collapses, but all of the money and manpower they put into these projects ends up yielding massive breakthroughs in the industry that less shitty corporations or companies or startups end up using to create what people actually want. That would be the best case scenario. There you go.
All of this, which is that one company controlling the entire foundation of this second generation internet, if you want to call it that, this metaverse, is a terrible idea. So this comes down to Meta wanting as much control over this future as possible. Facebook was built on someone else's foundation. They want to build the next foundation and then be the ones responsible for everything that grows up on top of it. The workrooms, the games, the experiences, everything. So that they're pretty visibly pouring as much money into it now as possible to get as far ahead as possible. Now, plenty of other companies are developing and making really cool VR stuff now along those same lines, don't get me wrong. There's the Pico headset I just showed you. There are stuff from Google, stuff from, I think we all expect in the next year or so, Apple to finally unveil their VR headset, which I think will...
Do you guys think Apple's VR headset will be good? Or do you think it'll be some really bare bones, bullshit, overpriced garbage? We'll have to wait and see.
Make Meta a little bit nervous because Apple will for sure make sure that's the best one for iPhone users. But Meta has already, made so many connections and built so many technologies and bought up so many VR companies and VR studios that it sucks. But it's like, if there's any company that can be positioned to bring this technology over the hump to make it a thing, then it's Meta. But the downside of that one, especially this company, having possibly that much control over people and over the future of the internet, and possibly doing crazy things like using eye tracking to make sure you see certain ads, is way too much for me to want to root for it at all. I've said it before, but when companies...
Oh, what? Oh my god. That wasn't that literally an episode of Black Mirror? That was an episode of Black Mirror. That was actually an episode of Black Mirror. Isn't that from, what was it, the 60 million credits or whatever? That's actually oh god. Oh boy.
truly compete, that is actually when we win. When there's actually real incentive to get better because competition makes them better, that's when we get better stuff. But man, Mark's metaverse money might make the meta thing much more mainstream, or maybe not.
What do you guys think, chat? What do you guys think? What are your theories? I honestly don't know. I actually want Metaverse to, like, uncover some massive, like, or break through some massive change or upgrade in VR tech, but, like, God, it's really hard. It is really hard to root for them as a company in any way. Even if I support the like one of the outcomes of the goal they're striving for, right? Anyway, yeah, it's hard to say. It's hard to say what would be the best case scenario. Mine is that Meta fails, but all of their money and manpower at least yields something positive for other startups and other potential game developers to work with, right? Like, God, can you imagine, like, 20 years from now, like, Boneworks remastered or remake, for whatever new, like, VR technology we have 10, 20 years from now? It's going to be crazy. It really is going to be crazy. It's one of those things that I'm extremely excited for, and I don't think a lot of people really give VR enough credit. I think once you've tried VR on, like, a decent, like, newer piece of hardware, I think you'll realize how much potential it has, and your mind will be blown. It is something else. It really is. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this video, you can help out my channel and my video and my stream, etc. by hitting the like button right down below. It is very simple, takes half a second, and it's completely free. And of course, if you want to see more from me and you want to support my channel, you can always subscribe and ring the bell icon down below to get notified by YouTube when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, you can comment as well so that YouTube pushes my content further in the algorithm. YouTube does love that engagement. And of course, if you want to see more from me online, you can follow my social medias linked down below as well. And finally, if you want to support me financially, you can always do so if you've got the money for it and you don't need it for anything else by subscribing, gifting a sub, or donating on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or through Patreon. But with all that said, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. That was a good segment. Empress Julia, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Very based of you, even. Says YouTube link. Imagine this level of quality in VR. Now that I have a headset, I'm pivoting all my development stuff towards making things for VR. I 100% believe in it. Let's see this. Oh, yeah. This in VR is what we're going for. Experiences like this, just graphical fidelity like this in VR, opens up so many windows. Imagine the VR horror possible with graphics this good in VR. Which engine is this? Unreal 5, yeah. Unreal Engine 5. And this is just the start of this engine's generation. It only gets better from here. It only gets better from here, boys, girls, and emberls. Just imagine this in VR. Imagine this at night with a demon chasing you with, like, very immersive sound design in VR. Now we're talking with a blinky, buggy flashlight. Imagine, like, you get in VR and you're walking around this forest, and your friends walk up to you, like full, you know, regalia on of like adventures in a fantasy world, and it's like, come on, we gotta go run that dungeon. And you go down the hill, and there's a cave. There's a cave down there, and you enter, and there's a bunch of fucking kobolds, and you pull out your sword, and you have to slice through them, and it feels like there's vibrations on the controllers to make it feel like, you know, you have actual feedback to it, and you're just slicing through monsters. You got friends casting spells, and that is the dream. That is the dream, with graphics like this. And I think that's in our reach within the next 10 years. I think we may see that a reality in the next 10 to 15 years. Get excited for the future. It's not all bad. It's not all bad. Alright guys, I gotta go grab a water, go pee, and get myself a little snacky wacky. I will be right back. Thank you for sharing that though, Empress Julia. That was really fucking cool. Wait, did I get a dono? Hold on. Did I get like a big old dono I missed? Hey! Holy shit! I didn't even see that! It auto-added. That's really nice of it. Holy crap. Windelmon, thank you for the $50. I really appreciate that. Holy crap. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Says, keep up the good work. You got good work ethic. I do not have the best work ethic. I've been working on making it better, but I really appreciate the compliment. It means a lot. It is not good enough. Ideally, I would be streaming for like 12 hours every day and like uploading 3 videos every day. That's my ideal, the goal that I'm striving for. That'll be when I consider I have myself to have a good work ethic, but I really appreciate that. That means a lot. It really does. Thank you for the $50. Let me update the dono goal. I mean, honestly, 4 videos a day would be ideal. No, that's Die. What the fuck? Dude, Hassan streamed 12 hours a day every single day for an entire year. I could do that and just produce like dozens of segments during that time and then upload 4 segments a day and have my editor do that. Yeah. And Hassan is insane? Well, Hassan is a millionaire. I'm muted. I know I'm muted. You don't gotta say it. You don't gotta say it in chat. I know I'm muted. I know I was muted. It's all good. Hey, I'm back. What is up, Drama Alert Nation? I'm your host, Killer Keemstar. Let's get right into the news. I don't know why, but it always rolls off the tongue so well. I said noose. Anyway, let's get back on that Alliance Tavern music grind. I have quite the exciting segment for you guys coming up next. Who here is familiar with a content creator, a small, coming up and coming, content creator by the name of Keffals? I assume you may all be aware. Hey, GoFish, what's up? I'm sure you may all be aware of her. And that is what our next segment is going to be about. Keffals and her doing some base shit. At least in my opinion, some pretty base shit. Something that I feel is worth making a video in solidarity with, because I just damn well know that it's pretty much exactly what needs to happen in this situation. What she is calling out needs to have more people concurring with it, with large platforms, in order to help platform the arguments that she makes, because they are very good, and it feels very, very nice to have a very, very prominent figure who is, let's be honest, not a fucking, like, goddamn white dude on the internet known for being an edgelord, like, memer debate bro, talking about this problem. It really feels nice to have someone who's prominent who does not fall into like the same category as like me or Vosh. They won't talk about Shark 300 or Demon Mama because Demon Mama's a trans woman and Shark 300 is black. They won't do that because they don't get acknowledged as debate bros because they don't fall into the stereotype of what they want to demonize, which is also kind of fucked up because they also don't really credit their accomplishments or achievements in this community as far as debates or growing their channels goes. Shark's channel is larger than mine. Shark's channel is larger than mine. I get called like the debate bro guy. Like, wait, where's the credit for Shark? Wait, Shark's a larger figure than me now. Shark's a debate bro. What do you mean? I don't know. It seems a little weird, a little sus. Regardless. We'll get into that in a minute. We're gonna be talking about the whole Keffals calling out woke scolds thing in a minute. So get hyped, because first, I want to show you guys something cool. I want to show you guys something really, really cool. Where is it? Come on, Twitter. What is it called? Here we go. Alright, chat. So, one of the videos that I was sent just before reminded me of this new horror game that is supposedly in development. Let's hope this doesn't end up being like a scrap project like many games like this have been in the past. It's called Paranormal Tales, aka PT. If you know, then you know why they did that, what they're invoking there. Here's the gameplay they released of it. Let's check it out. I'm really excited for this game.
Teddy! Teddy! Come here, boy!
Oh, I should give basically the synopsis of what this game is. You play as a guy who is just looking over found footage tapes, and you play the found footage tape. So each one is it's an anthology. So each one is a different found footage tape, different monster, ghost, whatever it may be, different setting, different situation, different character. What's PT? PT was the playable teaser for a game called Silent Hills, one of the best horror games ever released. It was made by Hideo Kojima, starring Norman Reedus. and it was going to be like their big game together, but Konami fucked it up and it all went to hell, and so Kojima got out of there, lost the rights to Silent Hill, but he and Norman Reedus ended up making Death Stranding as sort of like a, to make up for that, because the fans were really excited for Silent Hill, or for PT, Silent Hills. Anyway, PT was just a playable teaser and was not representative of the gameplay of the original game. But the teaser alone, this first-person, extremely, like, cramped, claustrophobic horror style, became its own genre after that. That's what heavily inspired the gameplay of Resident Evil 7 and 8, was PT. You can really tell that's what inspired them to make the game feel more, horror. Jerry, thank you for the $20 through Super Chat. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. It says, here's to messing up the segment with a dono. Oh, no, it wasn't a segment. It's all good. Don't worry. It's all good. No segment has been messed up. You're okay. You're all good. Thank you for the $20, though. I appreciate it. Anyway, this is just the one they showed off for the trailer. It's only a minute long, but it's just a flash of some stuff. Let's
Daddy!
watch. I'm
Daddy!
excited for this.
Come here, boy. What has gotten into him? Teddy! Teddy, come on now. Teddy, for fuck's sake.
Imagine this in VR, that's what I'm saying. I'm excited for it. Also, the new Resident Evil 8 DLC came out too. I do want to play that. I do think we'll play it. Yeah, that's the link to the website, Electo. Good job dropping it in chat. I appreciate that. All right. Where do I find the clip? Where's the clip? Where is the clip? Where is it? Chat. I can't find it. Is it not on her YouTube channel? Chat, does anybody have the clip of Keffels discussing a group of people that she describes the word I can't say? I don't think I can say that word as a cis straight boy myself. It starts with tender. Does anybody have a link to that? I saw like a clip of it on Twitter earlier today and I was like, God damn, holy based. I'd assumed it was from a YouTube video. Is it from like a clip from her stream or something like that? Xanderhall, you get the pass. Well, that's not how the pass works. There's a whole video, I think. Is it this one?
And I got into like the weirdest slap fight with Keemstar. He got so tilted. He decided to be transphobic towards me and convictions and standing by your word, and that's not some
Go to the fucking
point. Like,
okay, that's just Keemstar memes. Hey, Big Man Jim, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Very based even. This is for the lulz. Donating $10 to me for the lulz is a valid reason to donate to me. I appreciate that. I will take those $10 for the lulz. I will also add them for the lulz too. For the lulz. My dono goal for the lulz. Doing it all for the lulz. Thank you. I appreciate that. Very kind of you, Big Man Jim. Fuck. I can't find the clip. Is this it?
this is a serious issue.
Yo, wait, what? We need to talk about... Wait, why is this? Oh, a month ago. Oh, it's older. I forgot it was newer. Oh. I thought it was newer than it was. My bad. I'm just bad at scrolling through videos. My bad. That's just me being dumb. Dumb and cringe and bad. All right. Chat. You guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So apparently this video came out a whole month ago, but I thought it came out sooner because I literally just today, saw it on Twitter, saw a clip of this video on Twitter, and I thought, wow, holy fucking based. Wow, okay, yeah, awesome. Yeah, she's calling this shit out. This is great. And I really wanted to watch it on stream and to talk about it because pretty much everything she said in the clip was so goddamn true, and I want to concur publicly because, and I'm going to be very honest here, the left is very, very rabid. The left online is very rabid. And when you speak out against a tendency or a toxic tendency of the left, those toxic people will come after you, and it can feel very shit not to have other people on the left come out and say, hey, I agree, and if you disagree and you're in my audience, you're pretty stupid, you know? Just having another content creator in their audience come out and be like, yo, yeah, this is correct. I know this because during the pretty much every drama that I've had for like the last year, it feels like, I'd have some like deranged lefty come after me for some, made up bullshit. And I'd have quite a few creators come along to defend me. The DJ Mule thing was a big example, and it felt nice. It felt nice to have a bunch of creators coming along and actually, like, debunking the misinformation for me, because I was going through a lot during that time, and I just didn't have the energy to do it myself as quickly and in as much magnitude as it happened, right? It really, really did help. And in that case, oh, hello. We have a visitor. With that said, Keffels, large, huge content creator on the left nowadays. She is like the probably the largest trans streamer on Twitch, I would guess. I mean, I may be wrong, but I think she is. Yeah. And she's very much become one of the many faces that represent the left as far as online figures go. And she is also, as I mentioned before, trans. Now, being trans on the internet can reliably yield one outcome every single time, that almost every space you enter will be hostile to you upon learning that you are trans. Which realistically means that if you're transgender on the internet, one of the few reliable spaces that you're going to find acceptance is going to be left-wing spaces. Which is why when the left decides for stupid reasons to try and ostracize a trans figure on the left, they may be trying to take away one of the few online communities that is accepting of their very identity. Which is something that's always really bothered me about the cancel culture stuff, especially towards like larger trans content creators. Doesn't it seem like there isn't allowed to be a successful, mentally happy, not constantly harassed and abused and put down trans content creator? ContraPoints was massively influential. She hasn't uploaded in like a year now. She was massively influential. A lot of the reason why her content and her reach has slowed down is because of the constant abuse hurled her way by people on the left, other trans people on the left, who decided they weren't happy with her supposedly representing them. Those same people who cannot bear somebody like that having any level of influence, regardless of how positive the outcome is, are the same people who now, in response to all the good Keffels has been doing for the left, have responded with, well, they want to completely destroy her reputation, claim she's racist, claim she's sexist, claim she's transphobic, homophobic, basically getting the me treatment, getting the Vosh treatment, getting the fucking Demon Mama treatment. She's gotten this shit too. The whole, like, if you are a popular lefty figure, you're going to have to endure an onslaught of nonstop false allegations meant to make you look like one of the worst possible people in it. Yeah, the Doe treatment. One of the worst possible people in existence. From people on the left, not the right. From people on the left. They will try to destroy you because your success is counterintuitive to their wanting the left to be a tiny little social club. Now, for me, it's not a big deal at the end of the day. Because you know what happens if the online left doesn't like me? I'm a cis straight white guy. Do you think that, like, I'm gonna get singled out and targeted in other spaces online? No. I could care less about being accepted in lefty social spaces. The people who need lefty social spaces are people in marginalized groups. And the problem is when those people in marginalized groups reach a certain size of any prominence online, whether it be niche internet micro-celebrity or the level of magnitude of popularity that Keffals has reached, then you're going to face these hurdles worse than I would, certainly. Because these spaces are some of the only places you can feel safe online. And that's a scary thought, right? So, Keffals has, of course, been the recipient of a lot of this type of harassment, lies, and whatnot. I've seen posts with tens of thousands of likes just claiming she's a racist with no evidence. Like, man, you guys follow Keffals even though she's a racist? Shame on you. 10,000 likes. No images attached, no evidence, just... Those people feel like that would be true because they don't like her, and so they hit the like button. Because, and you know what their response would be if you really nailed them down on that not being true? They'd say, sure, it's not true, but it says a lot about Keffals that it's so believable. That's what they'd say. You want to know why I know that's what they'd say? It's what they say about me in response to lies about me getting debunked. The response is, okay, maybe it was all lies, but it says a lot about Xander Hall that it was so easy to believe that. I've heard that about me before. I've heard people say that about lies debunked about Vosh. I've heard people say that about lies debunked about Demon Mama. Large lefty content creators always have to deal with the hurdle of the left itself trying to drag them down. It's very bizarre. A lot of the left just wants the community to be a tiny little community, not a successful political movement. And those that do seem to want it to be a successful political movement are completely disconnected from how to do it and just... It's bad. Trust me, it's bad. There's some really, really bad disconnect between normies and the left online and in real life. It's pretty bad. Anyway... Enough speaking. Let us allow Keffals to take it away from here.
In the community that no one is willing to talk about because no one wants to endure the wrath of the community by talking about it, but I don't give a shit. I just don't care. Like, if I can withstand the entirety of the heat of kiwi farms, I can say that there are a lot of toxic people.
Remember back in 2019 when every left-wing YouTuber was like, I don't know about if we should be using the word woke scold. I don't know about that. I don't know about this. I don't know about that. And now 3 years later, we realize, oh, wait. Nah. Yeah, the left has a serious problem. Nobody gets mad about the use of the word woke scold anymore, except for woke scold video essayists and their fans. You don't get any, like, well-meaning people out there getting upset that you referred to some abusive piece of shit on Twitter who happens to have a trans flag in their bio, an abusive piece of shit, because they were being an abusive piece of shit, right? Like, nobody is going to get mad at you if you call them a woke scold anymore. At least nobody on, like, the more sensible side of the left. When back in, like, 2019... it felt like everybody was trying to make every last excuse for how, actually, no, these people aren't woke skulls. Come on, no, don't go so hard on them. Don't go so hard on them. It was so much pushback. I remember fighting through from my own community from 2019 to, like, the end of 2020 until it finally started to become broadly accepted that, like, okay, yeah, the woke scold thing's a pretty big issue on the left. Yeah. And at the time, like, you'd get called out for just speaking about it.
In the trans community who attack their own community more than they do anything that materially benefits their community. Some people have said to me that one of the issues that they don't like about me is that I won't rein my community in, and I won't. I don't think any of you did anything wrong. Like, honestly, I think more of the tender queers need pushback. I don't think that they should feel as comfortable as they do, lobbing accusations left and right in an effort to like slander people through oppression Olympics. If I do something fucked up, I'm willing to own up to it. I'm not above criticism. But a lot of the criticism isn't based on actual criticism. It's not based on anything except vibes.
All of that was true. Nothing more to add.
So there are a lot of definitions I see thrown around for what a tenderqueer is. But the term, as I'm using it, means someone who is a member of the LGBT community who uses social justice issues as a way to manipulate and harass others. Like,
so I want to tell you guys a story about somebody I had a fairly drawn out drama with back in the day. An example of a person exactly like this, okay? I debated somebody way back in the day named Izzy Bear 713 about whether or not I was a performative ally and a fake activist.
Well, hello everybody.
Let's. Oh yeah, the Surfs hosted this. Let's go ahead and just. Let's look at my old bad everything. I was bad at everything. Let's look at how bad it is in cringe. Hold on. Anybody in here who's actually in chat now? Rook? I think Rook might be somebody who still regularly visits. Damn. All these people gone. Oh, Beef Cat. I think Beef Cat still watches me too.
Base as like an attack against someone who's part of my like a marginalized group, right? I mean, not to my knowledge. I guess like some reactionary might say trans people are bad, and then a bunch of like reactionaries will be like based. But besides that, right? Like, I mean, it's not a slur or anything like that. However, I do want to point out that how this.
Boy, was I bad at speaking back then. You see, it takes practice, all right? Literally just time and practice get better at doing this shit. Anyway, as I was saying, I'll just summarize the debate and what happened. Basically, it got down to me saying that I think that she uses her identity, as well as her disability and whatnot, as a shield against criticism of her abusive behavior. And, you know, I got called a transphobe in response, an ableist and all that, right? Well, shortly after, and by shortly after, I mean like 6 months to a year later, I think, something came out. A twit longer. I think I could find it. Fuck. Maybe I can find it online. That's unrelated. I can't find it. I can't find the twit longer itself, but it's basically what ended her online career regardless, so there you guys can take my word for it, I guess. What ended up happening was their roommates all made a big like twit longer post to expose them as an abuser. Not only an abuser, but an ableist and even transphobic at times abuser, who would literally roll back and play victim anytime they were pushed against or stood up to, and just absolutely made it impossible to live there. She would literally buy she would take their money that was supposed to go to rent and like paying for like the utilities to stay on, and would spend it on cigarettes, hot wings, and ATVs. And yeah, it was just really, really bad. It was really, really bad. Anyway, that person was one of the like lead heads of the group that on Twitter that was like slandering me at the time. Now I'd say it's like DJ Mule and Thought Slime and Sophie from Mars that slander me nowadays. But back then, it was Izzy Bear was definitely one of them. And what can I say? Time proved me correct about exactly what people like this who go on the internet to attack others and put them down and roll up and play the victim when they're stood up to, what they're really like. Who would have thought? Time would vindicate me. And time will also vindicate Keffels.
They use the language of systemic critique as a way to get what they want by attacking other people. And this is an issue, you kind of see it a lot. You see it a lot in these spaces. This is a big issue in the LGBT community, especially in online spaces. And the thing that is particularly a problem is that people get into these fights that don't need to be happening. They try to take a systemic issue and then they label their opponents as being perpetrators of the systemic issue when it's really just that they personally do not like them and they want to smear them and attack them. And in real life, when this shit happens, people just roll their eyes because it doesn't fucking matter. But on the internet, outrage is key to generating engagement. And
yeah. So something that has to be realized is that people who are in these spaces on Twitter going out of their way to attack and demean content creators like Keffels, for example, these are people who have something to gain socially in their little club, both algorithmically and just on a general, like, you know, word of mouth level, by epically owning the large lefty content creator by proving they're more woke than the lefty content creator. And the desire for clout, attention, and dopamine points. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Hey. And dopamine points encourages that heavily. It's what these algorithms were made for.
And this is something that has particularly been a problem. So I would say that the Italian pride flag color thing is a very clear indicator.
So she was canceled and called homophobic or transphobic, pretty much just queerphobic generally, for photoshopping the Italian flag onto, as an addition to the giant, super diverse, everything pride flag, which is just about as harmful as a joke as Irish question humor. You know, it's just dumb and harmless. But if you are if you have a giant stick up your ass and you feel like you need to feel morally superior to a large online lefty figure who is known for being woke and you want to out-woke them, well, then you're going to attack them. And if you get responded to, oh, but you're just a small little Twitter account with a few thousand followers, how could this massive mean YouTuber bully you by responding to the allegations you threw their way? This is harassment. Your fans replying saying this is wrong and linking evidence that disproves what you're claiming about me is harassment. Tell your fans to stop. It's the same shit every time.
Indicator of what I'm talking about with the genderqueer outrage. It's people who try to take little nitpicky shit and they are manipulative and try and turn it into a huge discourse. And a lot of the time they're doing it because they know they can generate engagement by doing it at the cost of having any sort of semblance of solidarity within the communities that they're a part of. It's basically a woke scold, except it's a woke scold specific to the LGBT community. When I did that one video, the Clowntown people, they were genderqueers. The video got labeled with them as liberals, but yeah, they're usually liberals. But a lot of them, despite being liberals, are leftists in their discourse. Like, they know the leftist discourse, but they apply it in an incredibly liberal way. So the reason that
the id poll is the best example, without a doubt, the best example of the way they engage in more liberal-ish politics, despite understanding and generally, spouting leftist, not dog whistles, leftist keywords and catchphrases, is that, like, they fall onto the liberal id poll nonstop. The id poll is literally where they prioritize everything. They'll literally say to a white leftist they'd rather have Candace Owens speak to a massive audience on race issues than him because she's black. And the guy is white, even though he's, like, a super progressive, that is the kind of thought process that these people will use.
That I wanted to address this in the first place was because our community is consistently under attack. We are on the precipice of going into a dark age for the LGBT community. Fascists are getting elected around the world. Our rights are systemically being taken away day by day, month by month. It's looking...
She's completely right. I think that, like, 6 months ago, people that were saying that there was going to be, like, that we're heading towards a trans genocide, I think that was a little bit, I thought at the time that was a little bit exaggerated. It was obvious that the Republicans were trying to do a trans genocide, but outside of certainly harmful, but outside of very, very small circumstances, probably not a huge problem legislation that was occasionally passed, and usually shot down, if I'm being honest. It didn't really seem like there was a future where, like, massive, wide-sweeping, really crack down on the ability for trans people just to exist bills were going to be getting passed, even in Republican states. That was something that I was, like, I thought it was a worry of mine, but not exactly something I thought was likely. At this point, especially with the Florida thing I'm going to be covering a little later in the stream, I don't think it's over-exaggerating or fear-mongering to say we are heading towards a trans or LGBT genocide in America. At this point, the Republicans are doing everything they can to encourage violence towards the LGBT community. The groomer rhetoric in particular, I've already hammered on this many times in this stream, but what do you expect parents to do in response to massive TV man on the TV telling them that there are gay, trans, LGBT teachers grooming their kids? That there are pedophilic LGBT teachers grooming their kids at the schools? How do parents react to that kind of information? That a groomer wants to hurt their kids? Usually violently. The goal is violence. They are laying down justification. They are pre-justifying through propaganda future violence. Whether that or not that future violence is going to happen is not certain. But they are laying that groundwork harder than ever. And we are barreling towards it harder than ever.
Looking like even the Democrats might back out of supporting trans people because it's no longer a winning electoral strategy. So with genderqueers, which are basically woke scold liberals who are part of the LGBT community, they pose an actual threat to the community itself because they're not interested in solidarity. They're not interested in building bridges. They're not interested in organizing. What they're mostly interested in is purity testing. And the reason why you don't see a lot of them with larger platforms is because they're incredibly insular. They have echo chambers because they can't.
The ones that have larger platforms are the ones that are good at hiding it, you know? Like remember, like, Noah Samson? I still get hate comments from Noah Samson fans on my video about how Gamergate 2 or another anti-SJW wave is coming. I still get hate comments from people watching Noah Samson's, like, smear video on me, coming to hate comment on that video. He's still got that video up, by the way. Noah Samson does. People like him are pretty large on YouTube and online because they have the ability to change people's perception of them through very good editing and scripting. But when you see them talk in a one-on-one discussion, they fucking fold. When you see them tweet, they look like assholes. When they do a video on something that you actually know the facts about, they look like idiots and liars. A lot of it really is the woke scolds that are unable to hide how woke scoldy they are. They don't really grow much of an audience, as Keffels just said. But those that are able to do like the ooh-woo soft boy presentation and kind of hide the dickishness at the core of it, they tend to do just fine. Like Thought Slime, Sophie from Mars, Noah Samson, they're doing fine.
Can't exist outside of those echo chambers. If they tried to exist within the larger community, they would continually get into fights with people who do not give a shit. I don't even know if it's purity testing as much as clout sharking. It's both at the same time. It's both clout sharking and purity testing. The purity test is to just give a lot of ways they can clout shark. Purity testing? Purity testing would be trying to hold people to a certain moral standard and excising them if they do not fit within the moral standard that you create. That's basically what purity testing is. You see it a lot in leftist spaces. People...
Yeah, and I mean, like, this isn't... The right does this too, but it's more so done in irreverent jest, right? Like, who's more based, who's more red-pilled than who? You know, they'll talk about who's more red-pilled than who, and they'll like jab at each other. Like, oh yeah, he's cucked. He doesn't even believe the Jews control the world. He just believes that black people are inferior to white people. Get on our level, buddy. You know, like they'll do that kind of stuff, but it's always with the overall desire to pull somebody who isn't as far right as them further to the right, down to their level, right? On the left, it feels like a magnet repelling the same side of another magnet. Like, the further left you go politically, the more it feels like people don't want you there. You ever felt that way? The more left you go politically, the more other people politically in that space don't want you there. They want to gatekeep you. They want to find reasons for why you are not able to claim you're as left as you claim to be. It's purity testing. It's gatekeeping.
People decide, unless you believe this and this and this and this and this and this, you're not actually a leftist and you shouldn't be in leftist spaces. Most of these people are also like 14. See,
I just realized me and Keffels have the same microphone, I think. It might be like one model off or something, but I'm pretty sure it's the Shure SMB7 whatever the fuck. I'm pretty sure we're using the same mic. Hers seems to have broken, or maybe it has like a little sound feature on there. It might be a modified version, but yeah, I think we're using similar mics. Almost the same mic.
I fucking wish most of these people were 14. But I've seen people like this in their 30s, in their 40s, in their 50s.
Can you guys, I want you guys to imagine, okay? Imagine you're 19-year-old me, all right? Having, like, how old is Thought Slime? Like 35 years old, 40 years old? Like, you got like 35-year-old Thought Slime claiming you have a sex cult. Like, bro, shouldn't you have, like adult friends to talk to and hang out with? Why are you concerned with making lies up about me? I'm like, you're a grown-ass man in your 30s or something. And I'm not saying like a 19-year-old is a child, but I feel like there's just a level of like weirdness to the concern that this 30-something-year-old has for like the sexual activity of a 19-year-old, enough so to make up lies about it, you know? It's really fucking weird. Yeah, a lot of these people are not just 14-year-olds who are misled on the internet and haven't really grown into their politics yet. A lot of them are, but a lot of them aren't. A lot of them are full fucking grown 30s, 40s, some of them even older. Those are the people that make me feel depressed when I see them spewing dumb shit on Twitter.
It's everywhere, and it's fucking endemic to the trans community. It's crazy. Like, okay, I'm blocked, but here's a good example of a tender queer. Like this is old, but like look at this for instance. Keffels really is a case study in what happens when one of the most privileged folk in a marginalized community somehow becomes the de facto spokesperson for that community without having done any of the work to recognize their own privilege.
All right, I'm going to say it because Keffels isn't allowed to. A lot of trans people in the trans community, particularly trans women, hate Keffels because she's a gigapassoid. All right? I've studied with trans scholars who have taught me and, have allowed me to unlock forbidden knowledge, and I have learned gigapassoid. All right? Basically, I'm partially joking, but at the same time, I have no doubt that there are people in the trans community online who feel perhaps a tad jealous about how successful Keffel's transition has been. Like, there's got to be, there's got to be some level of that playing a part. And she certainly could not say so. Holy shit, Uber Danger follows Keffels? What? Well, at least now I know he's not transphobic. I watch his videos, and there was like a few jokes that he made that literally only somebody who's either extremely pro-trans or extremely anti-trans could make. So I'm glad to know we landed on the good side of the 50-50. I'm glad to know we landed on the good side of the 50-50. I thought his friendship with Barney Beekeeper was a good sign. So that's nice. That's nice. Listen, I'm so woke that I actively scan the YouTubers I watch that don't even make political content for signs whether or not they might be chuds, okay? It literally never stops. The politics brain doesn't go away. It doesn't ever go away. Anyway, I do think that the jealousy is probably a small factor in some of the trans people online attacking Keffels. I think it might be.
This is sort of what I mean, right? It's holier than thou. It's purity testing. It's sowing division. It has nothing to do about bettering the community or building the community up. But instead, it's about perceived punching up in your own community. So it's like they're listing all of my privileges in this thread. I got to transition young, which is a
Well, I mean, she goes on to read a thread in which they make the very same claim that Keffels is privileged because of her successful ass transition. Well, there you go. Guys, I need to tell you, all I've seen is like that opening clip of this video. That opening clip of this video, this little bit right here, is the only clip I'd seen. I'd seen it on Twitter earlier. And, yeah. I swear I did not pre-watch this. I'm very good at predicting how dumb people think. I can run an emulation of the average woke scold or conservatives' minds in my brain and like guess what they're going to say or do or how they're going to respond to something without even like raising my processor temperature past 80 degrees. You know?
privilege, and my family supports me, which is a privilege. Apparently my family is rich, which is not true, but that was listed as a privilege. Like literally.
They'll make shit up. I had people claim that my family was rich because we had a house that took a decade to pay off that had a pool, and it was a 2-bedroom house or a 3-bedroom house. And they tried to claim it was a mansion. I mean, that house was doxed, so if anybody wants to try to hunt that down, you can see it. But, like, anybody who sees those images on Twitter, on like, you can see it. It wasn't a mansion. Like, never in our family's life have we been rich, but they just decided to claim that was the case. They just decided to claim that that was the case because it fit their narrative. Because it's easier to make left-wing people think somebody is bad if you convince them they came from a privileged upbringing. Listen, my upbringing was not as bad as it could have been, and I'd argue that in many ways it was privileged. But in many other ways, there's a lot of reasons why I'd like to move on and completely forget my childhood, pretty much. There's a lot of reasons, okay? So let's not assume that everybody is just privileged because it's convenient to assume so.
A thread on how privileged I am. She's skinny and conventionally pretty. Apparently that's a privilege. She's white. That's a privilege.
Can we rewind the tapes to when I said there's got to be some percentage of trans people out there that are just jealous that Keffals is a gigapassoid?
Once again, I started transition at a young age, so it's listed twice in the same privilege thread. I skipped a lot of bullshit a lot of older trans people dealt with. Privilege. If folks in that position can learn to listen when they get things wrong and boost other voices when they speak about issues they experience, that's great. I totally support folks. And it's basically just going on about how I don't listen, even though I absolutely do listen to people. It's just when they say that, they usually mean they want to manipulate you. They want to weaponize the privilege discourse in order to get something from you. And that, to me, that's the crux of what genderqueers are. It's the manipulation of social justice rhetoric in order to attack another person. And it happens so frequently. Like, even with my swatting attempt, I saw people like Twink Bride saying that they don't feel bad for me for it because I'm not black and it would have been worse if I was black, which is like...
As you can imagine, who were the people that made the most cruel, mean, defense-enabling or abuse-defending comments towards me during the whole Lonnie thing? Woke scolds on the left. People like DJ Mule. Conservatives were honestly like a fair amount of like centrists and conservatives were actually like, man, Zan went Giga Chad by not like being a simp for his fucking girlfriend that was stealing from him. Just dumping her was fucking Giga Chad. And it's like, okay, I guess I won't be opposed to that response. I'm fine with the right being, I guess happy with how I handled that. But it's bizarre to me that people on the left's response is to defend the shitty behavior I was subjected to. The thievery I was subjected to, the lies I was subjected to, the manipulation I was subjected to. It's weird that it was lefties who came out to say that was justified, that was good, to victim blame, and to say that, I could have had it worse. I had people, that was one of the go-tos after the Amaranth thing. DJ Mule's thing, and the thing that I kept on hearing on my Twitter timeline was, see, Zan could have had it worse. See, Zan could have had it worse. See, you think Zan's situation is that bad after what happened with Amaranth? That it's like, I haven't even compared my situation to what happened to Amaranth. What are you guys talking about?
I mean, I agree with the statement, but it's literally a sociopathic statement to say shit like that. Like, you're actually denying empathy for other people in your own community based on oppression Olympics. Yeah, this Twitter thread almost strikes me as bullying under the facade of moral superiority.
Someone in the chat said, Twitter woke scolds say Keffals is skinny, and Kiwi Farms says she's fat. I don't know who to believe at this point. Who would have thought that people who just hate somebody for absolutely no reason will decide to, find any descriptor for somebody, regardless of how true it is, in order to make them look bad, because they're deranged? Who could have predicted that there's not much difference between the deranged Nazis on Kiwi Farms and the deranged woke scolds on Twitter? Who could have predicted that there was a through line in the behavior of these two groups for the last 4 to 5 years? Who could have possibly called this out? Who? I honestly can't think of anybody, chat. Who could have done this?
Superiority. Oh yeah, no, that's what it is. Genderqueers are bullies. They bully people in their own community, and they manipulate social justice rhetoric that most people in the community know in order to achieve that end. So it's like, I'm constantly dealing, on one hand,
You know that your body is fucked when you do the wiggler emote in real life and your neck cracks like someone playing each note of a xylophone. It's like each like vertebra cracks as you do the little wiggle motion.
With fucking actual fascists, fucking alt-right people, neo-Nazis, conservatives, literally every fucking person you could possibly think of that is incredibly anti-trans. And then on the other hand, I'm dealing with genderqueers who stalk my Twitter account, so they have every opportunity they can in order to attack me. While I'm dealing with being attacked by the actual enemies of our community. And this is what's so frustrating, is that there's no united front because genderqueers attack their own community more than they attack the people who are actually a threat to our.
Wrong. There will be a united front, Keffels. There will be a united front. We can build it, all right? I feel like, so I talked about for a while, like, and I was correct, and I won't say I predicted it, I more so saw the writing on the wall that the next anti-SJW wave was coming. I think pretty much everybody agrees that I was right about that. Hypers, if you agree. I don't think there's much disagreement about that. I did a good job of calling that. Here's the thing. There is nothing to say that there can't be another wave of left-wing sentiment online. Now, while I think a lot of it is going to come from factors completely out of our control, I also believe, personally, that it is sort of on us to rein that in, you know? We are the large online content creators of the left these days. Like, there are larger content creators than us, like, like Thought Slime, Sophie from Mars, and like Noah Samson, etc. But those people fall into this group, and their lifespan on these platforms is limited because of that. Because, well, people just don't like assholes, and it just ends up coming out to bite you eventually, right? I think that building a sort of, I don't want to LARP it up too much, but building like a certain level of like camaraderie between left-wing figures that maybe we don't all agree with each other, maybe we don't all necessarily like each other entirely, but we try to tolerate each other's presence coexisting on the platform because we can at least recognize, assuming that this is true, we recognize that we are both filling important niches and achieving different but important goals that are necessary to the building of an online cultural trend. And I think a lot of that responsibility falls on my shoulders, Keffels' shoulders, Vosh's shoulders, Shark's shoulders, Demon Mama's shoulders. I don't know if Doe makes content anymore on like Twitch and stuff. I think it might, but if it does, then Doe's shoulders as well. On like Ecofish and chat, on your shoulders as well, my friend. On a pillow, friend of the channel, on their shoulders as well. On Doe quit making Twitch content? That's sad. I'm sorry. I don't know. I think it lies on the shoulders of content creators that have massive platforms to come together and do what I'm doing right now, right? I'm making a video in support of what Keffels is saying here because I want my audience to be like, oh shit, okay, Keffels and Zan and Vosh and Demon Mama and Shark all agree that this is a problem and this is an issue, and the left has a problem with this, and every content creator that tries to gain any level of success and influence for lefty cultural ideals online gets inundated with harassment from people on the left. Oh, okay, this is actually a real problem that needs to be like accounted for, at least, known, right? At least have awareness raised about it. And that's what I'm doing now. And that's why I'm doing it.
Community. And the reason that I wanted to bring this up in the first place is because we need to recognize this behavior. We need to call this behavior out. We need people to understand this is not acceptable. This is a case of misplaced aggression. You're hurting your own community. You should stop. But unfortunately, in a lot of spaces, this is...
The problem is they don't care. They don't care. They don't care about hurting the community. They don't want a community so much as they want an insular hug box space, right? Like when I say they want a community, I mean they want like a small, morally pure, constantly getting cold, like the Hunger Games type community, right? It is not a pleasant place to be, much like being on some Nazi 8chan 4chan forum or whatever, like Kiwi Farms is not a nice place to be. The users of these platforms and the people that partake in this behavior are miserable people. This is not behavior or way spending your time in the way these people spend their time only results in a bad mental state. These people aren't happy. Nobody types out a mean comment online and feels happy afterwards. That comes from a place of actual anger, right? And they feel upset even after they click off of Twitter and they go do something else, right? It sticks with them for a bit. Yeah, it's like these are not happy people. These are not people that are enjoying what they're doing. It's much like the One Ring. They love and hate this cycle they've caught themselves in.
It's completely acceptable behavior. I have a question genuinely asking, because I saw a few people mentioning how you were blocking Black trans women for criticizing. Is that real? Is there misunderstanding? No, basically, if there's a large tweet spreading misinformation about...
So that was a good comment because Keffels gets to respond to it now because that's probably something that's been going around. But that person probably means well, but that's an example of somebody who has been given misinformation and probably believed it. That Keffels was blocking Black trans women who disagreed with her and criticized her. They heard that and were like, oh, wow. And then it came up and they're like, Keffels, did you do that? And now she gets to respond to it. But up until this point, unless she's responded to it before, that is a lie that she is not going to be able to fully cull no matter what. The lie will spread fast. The lie will precede her reputation. Or her reputation will precede her at a certain point. That's happened to me at times, right? And thankfully, I've had, at every point, the ability to exonerate myself, I think, of most negative accusations thrown my way, but sometimes you just don't have the ability to do it. Sometimes you don't have that on your side.
About me, I run a chain block on it. So anyone who likes the tweet gets blocked. So when I'm dealing with Kiwi Farms people and there's like there's been like a...
I need to ask her how to do that. That would be handy as fuck for me. Oh my god, Twitter would be like a different platform if I could run a chain block on people who like tweets like lying about me. Oh my god.
10,000 like tweet accusing me of being a pedophile because of Kiwi Farm shit. Like, that's the kind of stuff I deal with. And the way that I try to keep the community safe and to reduce the amount of harassment that I receive on a daily basis is through chain blocks. And on the other hand...
This is completely good, by the way. This is the best way to respond to this. To every other, like, aspiring or current lefty content creator that sees this video and, like, it maybe connects with them in some way. The best way to respond to these people is to feature the craziest and most insane of them as examples of the group that is lying about you, debunk the lies being spread about you as content, do it rationally, calmly, and in a way that your audience will respond to, but don't be afraid to lay down the cold hard truth. Like, don't sugarcoat the reality of it too much. Like, yeah, these people are abusers. These people are pieces of shit, and they get off on it. These ideas need to be expressed. However, for your own mental health, it is important that you do not let them hold you back. The biggest weapon these people have is the fact that you actually care about social justice and making the world a better place. And they are leveraging the fact that you care to emotionally manipulate you and to make you change who you are, how you behave, and how you do your activism or your content. Do not let them. Block them and ignore them unless they are being so insane or egregious you can make content out of them. Make the content, monetize them like crazy, and move on to covering other content. That is the best way to handle it. And not only that, but call out examples and ideologies and stories and videos that harbor those communities. So a big problem that I imagine Keffals has had is that I imagine a lot of her community that she gained in her meteoric rise has rebelled from her. Because if I'm being honest, I don't think she's ever done, up until this point, any content that denounced this tendency among the left. And anytime a left-wing figure denounces this tendency among the left for the first time in a while, they get pushback and end up having to ban people from their chat. Because somebody loses their mind and starts screaming and hurling accusations of transphobia and ableism in the chat at the streamer if they try to talk about this. There's always one of them hanging around if they didn't know, right? So you kind of have to constantly keep an eye on the fact that these people will like fester in your community if you let them, and at the worst possible time turn on you. The worst possible thing, like the worst look for you when you're dealing with drama, is for your own community to look like it's turning against you. And that's what these people try to do. They come into your community, they act like they're a fan of yours, and then you express a take they disagree with, and they all lose their fucking mind. And they make it look like they make it look and feel like your community is turned against you. It looks like your community turns against you and disagrees with you from the outside. It makes it look like that from your perspective and from the inside. And it's because you can go a long time. Like if I go a long time just covering conservative content, just dunking on right-wingers, I might start to gain quite a few tankies in my audience who just assume I agree with them, right? And then I'll do a video calling out tankies, and now I've got a bunch of people who've been subbed to me for like 3 months mad at me for calling out tankies because they didn't know. You have to actually stay on top of that stuff because these toxic, tumorous aspects of the left will fester in your community. And it's fine for them to be there if they're actually being influenced and pulled over to your beliefs. But if they're just kind of there waiting to, scream at you and lose their mind and disagree with you whenever you, express an opinion even marginally opposing them, then you're going to have a bad time. You're going to have a really bad time, and you'll have to have a culling. And I've had to have many cullings in my community before.
Hand, I have the issues with the tender queers, where they start this entire campaign where they do oppression Olympics against me to try and convince people that I should not have a platform, and they want to attack my reputation and my character. So when they make tweets calling me out about things like saying that I'm racist because I put an Italian flag on the progress flag, I run a chain block on it because I don't want to interact with any of the people there who like the tweet. Like if you agree with that, I don't want to interact with you because you're a bully and you don't understand jokes. And I can sort of understand the criticism because people are saying you don't listen to criticism because you block people. And to that I say, at which point do you owe people access to your account? Like, why am I being told that I'm not allowed to control how I use the internet and who I interact with on the internet? Like, it's a right-wing argument. But the thing with tender queers,
that's why I don't think it's the best argument. I don't think that's the best argument to use. It's a valid one, but it's not the best one. I think the best argument is more of an offensive one than a defensive one. Why are they able to engage in the abusive behavior they engage in while behavior that is far less, problematic in any world is somehow something they feel justified in calling out? Flip the script on them. Call out their hypocrisy. That's what's been happening to DJ Mule, and it's been working wonders. And FD Signifier, pointing out their abuse apologists. It's working wonders.
and a lot of the stuff that they do is that they don't actually believe in much. They only care about social justice issues as much as they can weaponize them to hurt other people in their own community. So I've been seeing, for instance, people like Twink Bride, and she's been sharing around stuff taken directly from Kiwi Farms and sharing stuff directly from Kiwi Farms users in order to spread misinformation about me, which then...
Well, yeah, I mean, that's always been a huge thing, right? Like, most of the lies that the left spreads about the large content creators in their audience were made by Nazis. That one video that Nazis like to share around to try to claim that Vosh is a pedophile, that video, that clip show, was made by a neo-Nazi. Like a full-on neo-Nazi, from like the Jews control the world to black people are inferior genetically to the cringy white marble thinker profile picture. Like, yeah, that Nazi. I was gonna type that. Zan, one step ahead. Yeah. I listen. I've been on this court for long enough to know these people's game now. I know what their game is. I know how these people play.
Then gets picked up by other genderqueers and used to attack me further. Wait, are these people actually part of the queer community, or are they alt-right undercover? The thing is, you can never tell the difference.
You can never tell the difference. It's really hard. You really can't tell the difference, but if they're a larger figure, generally you can bank on them probably being somebody on actually just a real woke skull on the left. But yeah, it can oftentimes be hard to tell the difference from your perspective as the content creator between the Nazis claiming that you're this, and that, and the lefties claiming you're this, and that. It can be really fucking hard to tell who's who. They blend together. It's like a wheel going really fast. Just turns into a blur of one shape.
Because when you actually lay out everything that they do, it really does sound like that, doesn't it? But no, I don't think they're undercover. I think they don't really have a sense of solidarity. They don't understand how to build strong communities, and they don't understand how to work in groups, like big tent groups. They understand how to work in like smaller networks where they can excise anyone who doesn't meet their rigorous standards for moral purity. But besides that, there's a reason that you don't see them in big tent organizations. Selfish behavior, they're likely suffering from something and have decided anyone else getting attention or positivity is harming them somehow, and those people must be taken down. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I want to have a community on the internet that is both queer and recognizes this behavior for what it is and says it's not acceptable.
The problem is, and I hate to... I think this is where I'll wrap up the reacting to Keffel's part of this video, because I don't want to watch the whole thing and just yoink her content. In fact, I'll go ahead and drop the original video in the chat. You guys should all go watch it, go like it, go subscribe, go comment, go ring the bell icon, and all those good things. All those good things. Okay, so here's the thing. I believe that it is important for us as left-wing content creators to recognize that the people in these woke scoldy communities do not have our or the best interest of the left at heart. These are very selfish, self-centered people who are doing what they are doing solely out of the goal of increasing their own moral status in the communities they've built their names in. Right? You can't moralize these people. Much like you can't moralize a Nazi or a reactionary. Like, you're an asshole, you're a bad person, you're a piece of shit, isn't a good argument towards a Nazi or towards a reactionary or a chud, because they don't care about that. They know they're bad people, or they're so deluded they believe that you're so bad that nothing you can say can change their mind. And at that point, what's the difference, right? They do not care. You can't moralize them. These woke scolds are the same, but because they are not in this for political gain, but for personal gain, for attention, for clout, for monetary gain in some cases. Here, did anybody link the screenshot to DJ Mule's Patreon post where he talked about how it was his goal to make money off of the video about me, and it failed? Anybody have a link to it? That was really funny. It was literally him pouting in a private Patreon post about how his video on me was a failed attempt to make money. Let's feature it. Let's see the motivations behind why these people act the way they do. Oh yeah, that's not even getting... Dude, I feel like Lindsay Ellis getting harassed by woke scolds to the point of physical health complications and quitting YouTube. Like, Lindsay Ellis is gone. We lost Lindsay Ellis, one of the largest left-wing figures out there. She's gone. The woke scolds ran her off the internet. ContraPoints pretty much ran off the internet. I haven't seen her upload in a while. She tweets, but and I think she streams, but I haven't seen any new videos from her in a long time. Like, these people are successful at cracking through the mental of those that are not supported, that don't have a strong support structure. Not to say, I don't know if like ContraPoints or like Lindsay Ellis had a strong support structure, but you know what they didn't have? They didn't have every other YouTuber that makes content like them on the left come out and say, hey, these crazy pieces of shit are trying to cancel ContraPoints, trying to cancel Lindsay Ellis. This is ridiculous. Go send some love. Go send some support. Go, like, yeah, like that's the kind of thing that happened to me from the other streamers whenever DJ Mule made his hit piece on me. That did not happen as much for Contra. I did videos on Contra. Vosh did videos defending Contra. I think like a lot of us did do videos defending Contra, but like you didn't really see it from any of the larger figures in her space. And it feels as though like of all things you would expect public support, like vicious public support in favor of these figures in a case like this, but no, there is no support structure. And what ends up happening makes it, you know, obvious how bad it is for these figures that are being bullied and harassed. Your sub count doesn't make you fucking immune to emotional damage. Emotional damage! It doesn't make you fucking immune, all right? It doesn't make you immune, all right? You can still be hurt no matter how many views you get, how much money you make. Yeah, here's the post by DJ Mule on his Patreon. Well, here I am 20 odd days later, and the plan, get more patrons and Twitch support to afford to live from my latest video, has failed spectacularly. It's locked so we can't see more, but look at that. Look at that. So that was DJ Mule's reasoning for making his hit piece on me. In case you didn't know. Yeah, these people are pieces of shit, alright? And you shouldn't be apologetic when you say it. Anyway, if you guys enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like, whether you're watching live, after the fact, or when this goes up as a video. It really does help me a lot, and the channel, and just, you know, the left online, you know, but pushing more lefty content creators out there. You can also subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, if you want to see more from me online, you can follow my social medias, which are all linked down below in the description. And finally, if you want to support me financially and you've got the money for it and you don't need it for anything else, you can do so quite easily simply by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live. Or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or even through Patreon. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and have a good one. Nice, nice. That was a good segment, guys. Let's erase that one off the board. This whiteboard was one of the best investments I've ever made. You guys have no fucking idea. If you're a streamer who does like content like what I do, and you don't have a whiteboard where whenever you see a topic or a video that like seems like, oh, I want to cover that, you don't just write it down, you're missing out. Just seeing how many segments you've got to cover for the stream, just on the board, slowly striking them off is so satisfying. Oh, it's so nice. So fucking nice. Why isn't Zan just record an outro so he doesn't have to do it every time? I've never understood. I will soon. I will. I've been meaning to, and I'm putting it off. I've been meaning to, but I've put it off. I will. It gets even better. He has only been doing Patreon streams since the shit piece. Hey gang, sorry for the slow lack of updates. Absolute monster of a content creator, TBH demon behavior, but basically I was all set to get... Okay, I can't see like any more of this, but like I'm assuming that like... Is there like more? Is there... Can I... No? This is just a screenshot. Okay. I'm such a boomer. I legit thought somehow this was interactive. I'm a boomer at heart. Anyway, yeah, it just seems like it's cope. Sadly, you can't see it if you're a non-patron. Don't worry, that just means that nobody's seen it. Other than him. So, you know, at the end of the day, can't be too mad. No one will ever see those those posts. We have fun here. We're about to not have fun though, because the segment we're about to cover next. Ooh. One second. Okay, continue to cite. Nice! Alrighty. Make sure the audio balancing is good. Nice. Alright. You guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, unfortunately, we've got a really disheartening and upsetting article to cover today. For those of you guys that don't know, I am from Florida, aka the Caled of America. And it is fucking rough out there, alright? It is fucking rough down there. I'm currently in California, but I lived up until 21 years old in Florida, okay? So I'm pretty confident that I can say I'm a Florida man, all right? Now, Florida is rough for anybody. It is even rougher, however. Cherry, cut out that cough. It is even rougher, however, if you are trans or LGBT. Oh boy, has it been rough lately if you are trans or LGBT. In fact, just today, or I should say, actually no, it was yesterday. The day before yesterday? It's hard when I stream at midnight to know, you know, what day, how many days ago a thing was. Anyway, on the 29th of October 2022, we got some upsetting news. Now, for those of you guys that aren't aware, for a while now, we've seen the Republican Party heavily push against the overwhelming scientific consensus on the reality of transgenderism. The reality that gender dysphoria is something that exists in people both, you know, underage and adults. It is something that is best and only can be alleviated and treated with transition and respecting somebody's, like, you know, gender identity as they transition. All of these things have been pretty much set in stone as far as you could expect studies on these issues to go, right? We've tried conversion therapy. It doesn't work, all right? They tried conversion therapy already on trans people. It doesn't work. There is no alternative other than, you know, just continuously torturing LGBT people, which is the goal of the people pushing this legislation. Regardless, though, if you're curious about what types of people are pushing this legislation, by the way, I did a really good video not too long ago where Jon Stewart debated one of the lawmakers responsible for the anti-trans legislation in one of these southern red states, and he just brings up the studies and the stats and these institutions, the well-cited and respected academic and medical institutions that overwhelmingly all agree on that conclusion. Tests are on, like, okay, so who are these doctors on your board that you are claiming transitioning, they say transitioning is bad? And she's like, well, I don't know any of their names right now, but I assure you they are very good doctors. They are very good doctors, I assure you, Mr. John Stewart. And John's like, you're full of shit. You are absolutely full of shit. I am pointing to data and studies, and you are regulating the freedom of how these parents can raise their children and how these children can live their lives based on your propagandistic lies. And he just nailed her down. So go look up, like, John Stewart, Common W, Xanderhall or something, if you want to see that. Yeah, wow, that is an incredibly made-up number, was a quote from that. Yeah. Anyway, you should go watch that after this video if you need a palate cleanser from what you are about to learn here. Because what you're about to learn here is, depressing. It's depressing. For me as a Floridian, and even as a cis guy. As a straight cis guy, it's depressing. Because I like Florida. I like certain parts of Florida. The aspects of Florida that are bad are man-made, for the most part. And could be changed with, you know, better governance. Florida Medical Board votes to ban gender-affirming care for transgender minors. The Florida Board of Medicine voted to start drafting a rule that will ban puberty blockers, hormone therapy, and surgeries for trans youths under 18. After 5 years of tense testimony and protests, the Florida Board of Medicine voted Friday to start drafting a rule that would bar all minors in the state from receiving puberty blockers, hormone therapy, or surgeries as treatment for gender dysphoria. Florida's medical board is the first in the country to pursue such a rule, but Florida is among a wave of states where officials have attempted to restrict gender-affirming medical care for transgender minors. By the end of Friday's 5-hour meeting, protesters began yelling shame at the board members, and some of them staged a die-in in the lobby of the Orlando International Airport where the meeting was held. Basically, a die-in is when, well, here's an image of it. I'll show you what a die-in is. It's a protest. It's basically like, this is what you're doing to us. Look at what you are going, this is what you are going to do. So yeah, pretty baller protest. The vote is the latest update in a months-long effort led by Governor Ron DeSantis' administration to restrict transition-related care for people under 18. The effort to restrict such care began in April when DeSantis and Florida Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo issued non-binding guidance through the Florida Health Department that sought to bar both social gender transition. So social gender transition means, like, changing your name, wearing different clothes, and being called different pronouns. They are actively going to make it illegal to be trans and under the age of 18 in Florida. That is what they're going for. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Timothy Mythic. I misread your emotes, your emojis. Alright. The guidance drew backlash from LGBTQ advocates and medical experts. You know, when you have medical experts drawing backlash, they might be in the wrong. Accredited medical groups, including the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the American Psychological Association, have supported gender-affirming care for transgender youths. Despite that support, Florida's Agency for Healthcare Administration issued a report in June that found that several services for the treatment of gender dysphoria, i.e. sex reassignment surgery, cross-sex hormones, and puberty blockers, are not consistent with widely accepted professional medical standard and are experimental and investigational with the potential for harmful long-term effects. So that is the board of doctors that the Florida Healthcare Administration put together for their Republican state legislature. The actual medical and academic institutions, though, the actual medical experts are speaking out against it, though, against this decision. which really goes to show how, how safe the health of American, Floridians are under this medical board. Just hours after the report's release, Lapido sent a letter to the Board of Medicine and asked it to establish a standard of care for these complex and irreversible procedures. The board held its first meeting. By the way, we literally give kids tonsillectomies, okay? What is the difference between giving a kid a tonsillectomy or removing their eye because they have an infection that could kill them, and giving them life-saving treatment for their gender dysphoria, which statistically suggests you are at a high likelihood of suicidal ideation and suicidal depression if you do not receive such validation to your gender identity? What's the difference? There is no difference other than transes are degenerate and scary. Exactly, Punk Corpse. It's all vibes and feels from these people. When you actually, whittle them down to, do you actually think that parents shouldn't be allowed, doctors and parents shouldn't be allowed to make irreversible medical decisions for kids? Oh, of course I don't think that. Oh, what about in these cases? Oh, okay, well maybe in those cases. Okay, so clearly there's something special about these gender-affirming surgeries that you can't actually explain that somehow makes them so dangerous. It's very similar to the American double standard where, we're super cool with blood and violence on TV, but we get super iffy about any sexual expression on TV. Oh, kids can see, action movies and explosions and blood and gore and violence, but, a titty, oh god, not a titty. And in Europe, it's completely different. Dr. Michael Laidlow, an endocrinologist in Rockland, California, cited often criticized research that found 50% to 90% of children whose gender identity isn't inconsistent with their assigned sex at birth grow out of the condition by adulthood. You'll hear this stat all the time. The 50 to 90% of children whose gender identity isn't consistent with their assigned sex at birth will grow out of it by adulthood. It's just not true. The basic, quote-unquote, the basic problem I see with this treatment, as I see it, is what happens when you force a square peg into a round hole, he said. You end up injuring or destroying the peg in the process. Now let's hear the actual doctor, the medical expert, who knows what they're talking about, explain the other side of things with actual science. However, Dr. Meredith McNamara, an assistant professor of pediatrics at Yale School of Medicine who treats transgender people between the ages of 10 to 25, told the board that the research Laidlow cited and the June report issued by the Florida Agency for Healthcare Administration are methodologically flawed. Neither of the authors of the state's review is a subject matter expert, McNamara said. This is going to be a very consistent trend you will see with supposed experts the right will tout as their medical professionals that agree with them on these issues. They will be non-subject matter experts. They will be doctors, and they will maybe be a doctor in the field related to that issue, but they will generally be something close but not exactly, enough to make stupid people think they can speak with authority on the issue. One individual is a dentist. There we go. Here we go. One individual is a dentist. The other is a postdoctoral fellow in biostatistics. At a bare minimum, the systematic review should be conducted by those who are qualified to assess the literature. I wouldn't trust a dermatologist review of the literature on a neurosurgical procedure, for instance. Exactly. Fucking dentists are out here claiming that they can speak with authority over these academic and medical institutions that have come to overwhelming consensus on the proper treatment for gender dysphoria in youth. The guy who stabs your teeth knows better. After expert testimony, the board began the public comment period, which was scheduled to last 2 hours according to multiple attendees. The first 9 attendees who spoke were in favor of restricting gender-affirming care for minors. 8 of them said that they have detransitioned or come to identify with their assigned sex at birth. So 8 of the 9 people that were up there arguing against the right for trans like transitioning, like the right for trans affirming care for minors, were detransitioners. Now, if these detransitioners were anything like the ones that we've been covering lately, you know, I hate what transitioning has done to my body, and I'm here to warn you all against it, but I'm too far gone, so I'm gonna keep doing it anyway. Like those types. We've covered a few of those on my stream before. Recently, even. Chloe Cole, who described himself as an 18-year-old detransitioned female from California, said she began transitioning at 12 and received a double mastectomy at 15. At 16, she said she realized she regretted her transition. All the talk about mental health, self-perception, pronouns, and ideology leads me to question, why is a mental health epidemic not being addressed with mental health treatment to get to the root causes of why female adolescents like me want to reject their bodies, Cole said. Ah, so the why aren't we doing conversion therapy argument. Well, we tried conversion therapy. It didn't work, and not only did it not work, but it had very negative effects in the psyche of the victims of it. And so it has been panned broadly as torture, which is why it's illegal in most places now. So yeah, that's why, because that's called conversion therapy. We tried it on gay people too. And I say we, but yeah, we were wrong about that too. The board also heard from the parents of transgender youths. Hope McClay, who has a 9-year-old trans daughter, said that she used to have to force her daughter to get short haircuts before she came out as trans. At one point, she came up to me at about 3.5 years old and begged me, crying, and said, "Please don't make me be this way anymore. This is not who I am. I want to die," McClay said. She said she and her family have consulted with medical professionals on medical care for their daughter, and they have found that allowing her to go through male puberty would be psychologically damaging. So we do not make these decisions lightly, but these are the decisions that should be made by the families, not by the state, and not by a board, McClay said. Judge Spiegel, the only transgender person to testify at Friday's meeting, read the names of 17 trans teens who died by suicide over living in a world that refused to acknowledge or accept them. With about 45 minutes left in the public comment period, board member Dr. Zachariah P. Zachariah said only one more person would be allowed to testify. The crowd protested, and he offered to provide an email where they could share their testimonies. Yeah, so you can tell this is really just for show. At one point, an audience member yelled that trans youths would suffer if the board voted to bar care. "The blood is on your hands," to which Zachariah responded, "That's okay." You cannot moralize reactionaries. These are not good people, and they take pride in how bad they are morally. The argument that they are bad people in and of itself is not enough. They know they're bad people. Those that support them know they're bad people. He probably got a clap from his voters, or not his voters, because he's a doctor. He probably got a clap from the other ghouls in that room when he said that. Yeah, their blood will be on their hands, and they're okay with it. What the fuck does that mean? It means that's okay. It means yes. That's their goal. They've been calling trans people groomers, pedophiles, and degenerates from the start. Their goal is to kill as many queer people as possible. Trans, gay, lesbian, non-binary, gender non-conforming of any kind. They want you fucking dead. And they're willing to outright say, yeah, we have the power to make you dead, and that's what's going to happen, and we're happy about it. That's what that's okay meant. So yeah. Anyway, if somehow you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon to see more from me if you want to see more content from me on my channel. If you want to see more from me online, you can follow my social medias, linked down below in the description. And if you want to support me financially, you can do so by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Streamelements, or Patreon. But if you're also looking for a bit of a palate cleanser after that segment, You can also go watch my reaction to Jon Stewart's debate with a transphobic lawmaker in, I believe, like, Arkansas or something, and he just fucking slaughters her in front of millions. It's really satisfying to watch. So if you want to get a bit of a palate cleanser, you can go and watch that. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and have a good one. Alright, that was a good segment, unfortunately. I mean, is it unfortunate that it was a good segment, or is it unfortunate that it happened? I don't know. It's unfortunate that it was a segment that had to happen, not that it was a good segment. Are we going to do some Destroy All Humans 2 gaming later tonight? Not tonight. Tomorrow we're going to be streaming The Quarry for Halloween, because it'll be a spooky game. But then after that, I'll be on my grind again with Destroy All Humans 2. Don't you guys worry. I plan to stream pretty much every day, or I should say every night from here on out, so we're going to have plenty of time for gaming. We'll have plenty of time for gaming. Yeah, plenty of time. Cherry T21, thank you so much for the 5 Tier 1 gifted subs. That is $25 Redinos right there. I'm sure that Lance420, M0, Luke Took, and Phantom Rem, as well as Vanessa, all really appreciate the gifted subs. That is very, very kind of you, my friend. That booster magoosters us all the way up to $300 in the dono goal. Let's go! Thank you, guys. Do you think we can limit break it? Do you think we can hit 400? Do you guys think we can hit 400? Oh shit, maybe. Witch Night Melody, thank you for the $5. Very kind of you. Says, Happy Halloween. Here's a 20-second palate cleanser of a cat boy eating a hamburger from the Intense Doomer news article. Well, I don't see the... Oh yeah, here's the link. Wait, is this Final Fantasy 14? I actually play this game now. I actually play FF14 now. Oh yeah, this is from FF14. There's Alphinaud and whatever the other fucking elf's name is. Thank you for the $5, Witch Night Melody. That's very kind of you. And Cherry T21, thank you for the link as well. Said, gotta go to school, but here is a WoW meme for your enjoyment. Holy shit, what are the chances we get a FF14 and a WoW meme queued up right next to each other? The battle. Which one ends up being funnier? We'll have to find out. Thank you for the donos, guys. Here, let me update the dono goal really fast. Luna, you're actually heating me up a ridiculous amount right now. I'm gonna have to, like, ask you to leave. Come on, Kitty. Kitty, don't lean into me. She's leaning into me as I, like, kind of push her off the chair. She doesn't want to go. Oh, I can't do that. I can't do it, chat. I can't push her off the chair. I can't get her off. She doesn't want to go, and it feels so mean. It feels so cruel. It feels so cruel to do to such a beautiful, perfect baby. Oh, I could never do it to such a good baby. Oh, but I'm rubbing her belly now, which makes her mad, so that might just make her want to fuck... Oh, that might just make her want to fuck off. Ah, she bites. Ah, she bites. Ah! I wish you guys could see the carnage. There's blood everywhere. Come on, Luna. Come on. What are you doing? Come on. You're so warm. You're like a little 10-pound fluff ball of heat sitting in my lap. Come on, you can get your little claw unstuck from the chair. Come on. Are you serious? Do you need help? Come on. All right. Yeah, there you go. There we go. She goes under the chair. So it's so funny. She likes to, like, dash wherever she can find a cave made out of, like, anything, but ideally blankets. She loves blanket caves. If you make her a blanket cave, she'll bolt under it. Like, I'll do it. And actually, here, watch this. Watch this, chat. I'll demonstrate it to you. Watch me demonstrate her cave mentality, okay? Luna, come here. Luna, look. Luna, look at me. She's not looking. Luna, don't embarrass me. Luna, you're embarrassing me. Luna, stop. You're embarrassing me. Go into cave. Yeah, she sees it. She sees the cave. Yeah. Oh. Drop it on her. And now she's dead. I killed her. She's dead. Yeah. I call it playing night crawlers. She's playing night crawlers when she does that. Oh, she's climbing on shit now. She's in play mode. I got her into play mode. Memes. Did you get like a good shot of her climbing up into the tunnel? I hope you got a good shot of her climbing up into the tunnel. Cause she usually, like there she hesitated. Normally she'll catch sight of a cave and bolt into it faster than you can blink. Like I've literally lifted my blanket up to like get under the blanket before and like looked away and like I'll scoot and I'll realize, oh my god, the cat like bolted under like immediately to get underneath the blanket. But she doesn't want to stay under there. She wants to be under there for like 3 seconds and then get right back out. She just likes to bolt into the cave. Sounds like you're getting attached to the cat. I've always liked the cat, but I mean, I'm not keeping the cat. I'm not a cat person. And I'm allergic, I found out. After many times of burying my face between the cat's ears and giving her kisses on the forehead, I realized, my right nostril clogs entirely every time I bury my face in the cat's like ears and the top of her head and her forehead and give her kisses. Oh no. I've got like a nasal allergy to cat dander. And so yeah, that's part of it as well. Cat dander is pretty much my only allergy. I've never been allergic to anything else. I've never had a food allergy. I have no food allergies. I've never had an allergic reaction to food or plants. Just like my nose clogging up because of cat dander. That's it. Which is probably normal, if I'm being honest. It's probably not even like a uncommon reaction. Anyway, here's the memes we got sent. This is the FF14 one. Borgar. My friend plays as a cat boy in this game, and I never stop giving him shit about it. Is this actually in the game? That's actually pretty funny, and I'm going to send it to my friend. That's actually pretty funny, and I sent it to my friend who got me into FF14. All right, here's the WoW meme. Patrick, that's the Ashbringer. Director's cut.
We're gonna open a jar. Easy. Now you try. First, get a jar. Patrick, that's the
Ashbringer. Yes.
Hey, Conyer. Patrick got the Ashbringer. This is so good. Oh my god. You guys gotta start sending me WoW memes. I love this. Donate me more WoW memes. Oh, Naru. Oh my god. The Naru is gonna empower Patrick even further. What? No way. It's the Paladin mount. Patrick the Pure. Bro, WoW goes so fucking hard. If you don't play WoW, you're missing out. Classic WoW. Wrath of the Lich King specifically. Get on that shit. Get on it. Get on it now. Make a character. Peggle US. Alliance side. Start leveling. Now. Level now. Alright. Okay. I got a bit of a shorter topic to talk about. Yeah, Alan Degenerate's like 07. Yes, sir. Alright. We're going right into the next segment. Luna, what are you doing? Are you investigating things? Oh. She just died. She died again. Luna's dead. She fell and died. Rip. Rip Luna. Everyone rip Luna in the chat. Oh, nope, she hopped back up. She's alive again. Hey, Luna. Yeah, you're back from the dead again. Yeah, good baby. Yeah, she just likes to jump off her shit and die and then just hop right back up and she's alive again. It's crazy. She's a cat after all. Anyway, okay. You guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, guys, the buyout has finally gone through. Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter has finally commenced. And Elon Musk decided to announce this by tweeting simply the word, "The bird is free." The bird is free. As well as a few other things, such as jokes are now allowed back on Twitter, and all the other cringy shit you would expect that faux futurist, divorced at 40 or whatever, however old he is now, 56 or some shit like that. Depressed old man. He's basically just gone down his little like victory speech route about how I'm bringing free speech back to Twitter, and now there is going to be open and free discussion. And he's like, very, very vehemently denying any accusations that any racists on Twitter are backing behind him or are going to take advantage of the changes that he's making. He's trying to retain his, plausible deniability, because something you have to remember about Musk is that, unlike Trump, he is very broad appeal, right? Like, Mr. Beast is like a Musk rat, is like an Elon Musk fan. Like, fucking Dream is an Elon Musk fan. Like all the big YouTubers, every, tech bro, every, large celebrity likes Elon Musk. Or has, a decent enough of a positive opinion of Elon Musk, right? Because the vast majority of those people are, one, not very smart, and so don't really, keep track of the fact, wait, Elon Musk has been lying to us for 10 years that we were gonna get, self-driving cars. He also totally did market manipulation with Dogecoin and did a pump and dump, huh? Wow, this guy's a real asshole. And you better definitely expect these people are too dumb to care enough about politics, so none of them are really concerned with any of the problematic things that Elon Musk says or does. However, I do think he does rely on that level of plausible deniability. Whew. So, that plausible deniability is quickly melting away, though. People are starting to realize pretty quick, oh, these are the people that claim Elon Musk. These are the people that have been complaining about free speech all this time. Let's take a look at some of the very high-liked tweets. And these tweets all got lots of likes. That ended up kind of, starting off when the announcement of Elon Musk's buyout had begun. Here's the first tweet. I don't think I can even read this. Here's an interesting one. Oof TOS? I don't care. On Twitch? I don't give a fuck about Twitch. What? Think if I don't care about Twitch. I'm just stream on Twitch because if I don't stream on Twitch, it feels like a waste of a platform. What do you mean? If they ban me, they give me an excuse to raise hell on Twitter. Okay? They give me an excuse to monetize it. What the hell? Anyway, so glad to see so many friends. Hashtag the N-word. Hashtag free speech. Hashtag George Floyd. Hashtag the N-word lowercase this time. Hashtag Holocaust Museum with a nice little Nazi man at a computer with a swastika armband and a glass, drinking at a presumably at a like a fucking internment camp during the Holocaust. We can say the N-word whenever we want now. Hashtag the N-word. And then what appears to be a pride flag burning, which is absolutely hilarious from a furry account. Why is it almost always furries? It's almost always furries that claim that, like, the gays and like, other races are degenerates. There's a lot of racism and pedophilia in the furry community. Well, here's how they celebrated Elon Musk's announcement the bird is free. In case you were wondering. It got really, really creative. I could scroll down further, but I'd really be tempting the ability for Cherry to censor things. Good luck, Cherry. I don't want to make Cherry have to, like, deal with scrolling, because censoring stuff, like, that has to be scrolled through is kind of hard. Or scrolling through something and censoring it that way is pretty hard. So ContraPoints decided to tweet, Musker, day 2, the free marketplace of ideas is open for business. So this is a reply that ContraPoints got immediately after Elon Musk bought Twitter. So that's a nice one. I feel like for audio listeners, I have to read as much of these tweets as I can, but I don't want to read them. Silence man who cut off dick, we're free now, N-word. And just the N-word just nice and drawn out. Because, you know, they gotta... It's like they're screaming it to the sea, you know, to the sky, right? This is truly what these people have been asking for this whole time when they talk about the free marketplace of ideas and having their free speech. In fact, in case you're wondering whether or not what I'm claiming here is all just anecdotes and me just over-exaggerating a few tweets, well... Use of the N-word on Twitter jumped by almost 500% after Elon Musk's takeover as trolls test limits on free speech, report says. A statistical increase of usage of the N-word by 500%. This is why TOS exists. Because platforms will naturally devolve into just Nazis screaming slurs at the top of their lungs and making it uninhabitable for everyone else till ads pull out and everyone else leaves if there is not a TOS. TOS exists because it has to exist. I'm really excited to watch Elon either have to get put... So for one, as far as where we are aware, the changes in Twitter's algorithm that would make spamming the N-word allowed had not taken effect yet. So a lot of these accounts just got nuked. And they all just, like, sacrificed their accounts like fucking retards without even realizing that they don't realize that, like, no change that Elon Musk could have made has happened yet, you know? So a lot of them just got banned for spamming the N-word anyway. But even if in perpetuity, we do see the N-word, just spamming the N-word, you know, 500%, 600%, 700%, 1,000% more, just being the norm on Twitter, which will happen if there is an open realization of, yeah, we can say it now on the platform. That will happen. The Nazis, the conservatives, they will go all out in their rhetoric, okay? If they are allowed to go full, like, white supremacist publicly, they will do it. They will always do it, okay? Eventually. And so I'm interested to see if Elon Musk will be strong-armed by advertisers into making Twitter more or less how it's always been, or if we're going to be able to pleasantly watch as Twitter crashes and burns. Because I cannot tell you guys how happy I would be to watch Twitter fall and crash and burn to become a Nazi pedophile cesspit under Elon Musk's control. Not only would it be a fantastic downfall to the public perception of Elon Musk, which just needs to happen and will happen eventually, sooner or later, and this is the best way for it to happen, but Twitter is just a shit site that has contributed nothing but bad to the world, and it getting replaced by a possibly better site would be amazing. So, yeah. Overall, I can't really say that I'm all that upset about this. Not to mention, doesn't it feel vindicating as a leftist to have been saying for all these years, these people are Nazis and racists who just want to scream slurs and be racist to people, and have centrists say, these people are calling you racists and bigots for wanting to speak your mind and say the truth and have different opinions, and the first thing they do when they have the freedom is just walls of the N-word, just walls of the N-word, like memes of them as Nazis with swastika armbands and whatnot, celebrating that they can finally say the N-word now. It really does feel vindicating that we not only have data to point at about this trend, but we have instances and examples to point at. And the left should take advantage of it. Point this shit out. Monetize it. Fucking do exactly what the right did in 2016 to any person on the left who acted crazy, to the right. All of them are like this, so it's not even as dishonest as what the right did to the left back in the day. Anyway, with all that said, if you enjoyed this segment, I really appreciate you watching. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much for watching. And if you want to see more from me and you want to support my content, subscribe, ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications, like the video, whether you're watching the stream or you're watching it as a video after the fact, because it does help my channel a lot more than I think you realize. And of course, if you want to see more from me online, you can follow my social medias, all linked down below in the description. And finally, if you've got the money for it and you don't need it for anything else and you just don't know what to do with it and you want to support me, you can do so financially by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website. And if you don't have money for that, you can always, do a smaller donation through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or through Patreon, because I do believe there's smaller tiers there for donations. So I think you can donate smaller on the website, I'm not sure. Regardless, though, of how you support me, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. Alright, guys. That is my last segment. Actually, I think I have an extra segment I want to do. Like a little impromptu segment. Little impromptu segment. Alright. You guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. I just want to make a little short segment here, since I've seen a lot of right-wing Twitter talking about this as if it's like the biggest win of all time. In fact, Elon Musk's tweet about it has 655,000 likes. Christ, the right has really rallied behind him as, like, their guy now. Regardless, though, I want to feature this as an example of, like, the peak of conservative comedy that we can now expect since Elon Musk now owns Twitter. You see, a couple of guys decided to do a little bit of an epic troll, a little bit of a epic trolling the left-wing media by pretending to be laid off Twitter employees walking out of the Twitter building with, like, holding boxes with their, with their stuff, and claiming that they were, like, laid off Twitter employees to get interviewed and have, like, a story written about them, right? And of course they lied to the media and claimed that they were laid off Twitter employees, and the story goes as follows. Musk has allegedly, which is the funny thing about all of this, is that they literally said allegedly. They never even said definitively or just said Musk has. They literally specify that this is not something that's been 100% confirmed, but these people take anything they can get. Musk has allegedly fired an entire team of Twitter data engineers as laid-off employees Raul Ligma, there it is, left, and Daniel Johnson, right, are pictured walking out of the San Francisco office on Friday afternoon. Now, as you can tell, Raul Ligma was a fake name. Ligma is a reference to the joke from 2018 about Ninja dying of Ligma, where you say, Ligma balls. And then you and the other 5th graders in the playground laugh about it, right? You know, like, Ligma jokes are only ever funny when steeped in the deepest of ironies. Really, you have to steep them in a very deep level of irony for them to be funny, or they have to come out of nowhere. If it's one you've never heard before and you really get them, then it's funny. But the Ligma itself is way too, like, worn out at this point. With that said, as it turns out, these guys were trolling, and Elon Musk ends up supporting their troll by, you know, doing the whole Ligma Johnson had it coming, and a little funny sex emoji. This guy does not know how to do funny tweets. He's a fucking boomer. Anyway, the right fucking rallies behind this massively. They fucking love it. They think this is hilarious. They're absolutely loving this Ligma guy, and their go-to has been to point out how these guys really showed how lacking in any integrity the left-wing media really is. It's like that they interviewed 2 people that seem to be fired employees of Twitter that lied to them and then said Musk had allegedly fired them. Like, yeah, they fell for the Ligma joke, I guess, but I mean, if somebody's last name is really Ligma, you can't really say, oh, really? Your last name's Ligma? Really? Show me your ID. Prove that. Prove that to me right now. Prove that's not a joke. Like, that seems like the kind of thing that could possibly result in, like, a lawsuit for some kind of hate crime or something, depending on how it goes. Like, and I think, and let's be real, that's exactly what they intended. They exactly intended for it to be like, if any of those reporters pick up on Ligma, like the Ligma joke, we can performatively get, like, offended in some way at the idea of it being racist to say, wait, Ligma? What? Xanderhall, real talk, if someone actually has the last name Ligma, we should all collectively feel bad for that person? Real. That's real. Yeah, it's completely real. Anyway, the right has decided to make this like a massive, oh, look at all the boomer memes. We're just gonna cringe now. This guy is unreal. Guy on the right was hurrying home for touch base with husband and wife, dead. See video. Okay, what is this?
What do you make of that? What do you think Twitter will look like?
So these guys are just trolling, by the way.
I mean, if free speech is, you know, Nazis saying that, you know, trans women shouldn't, you know, use women's locker rooms, then awesome. I guess mission accomplished. We'll see. Listen, I got to touch base with my husband and wife. I got to get out of here, all right? Thank you, guys. What's your name? Sorry. Daniel. Thanks.
So he's trying to pretend. So, you know what's funny to me? Is that this conservative guy literally looks like the stereotype of, like, a soy new male, which is why it so perfectly fits that he went to go pretend to be one, which is why it's such a convincing act. No, it is a convincing act, because this guy looks like an actual soy boy new male, but he's actually just a conservative troll. So who is he actually owning here? By displaying how much of a soy boy new male he looks like, and publicly saying to the world he has to talk to his wife and his bull. I don't know. This is the peak of conservative humor. Here we have a literally like 50-year-old meme with Elon Musk's face stitched onto it. In case you guys were aware, these people take pride in the idea of they are bad people causing chaos and bad things to happen. Everyone replies, epic sir, fire me king. Imagine getting shit canned by Elon just for him to meme the shit out of you afterward. Wait, this is a conservative that fell for it. Thank you, Elon. Hashtag MAGA. 1,200 likes. Elon Musk, in 1988, you and your brother started asking famous people to have lunch with you. So here in 2022, an 18-year-old inviting you to have lunch so I and many other youth can learn from you. Oh, God. Oh, God. 14,000 likes. I like this. Okay, this is pretty good. Get a job, kid. That's pretty. That restored my hope in humanity. The amount of likes on that post and that reply, having more likes, actually, it restored my faith in humanity. Oh God, that Simpsons episode did irreparable damage to human society. The Elon Musk Simpsons episode did irreparable damage to human society. Oh my fucking God. Can we watch that again? Elon Musk Simpsons. Oh God. It's so fucking bad. Actually, no, we can't watch this. I'll get fucking copyright. Oh my God, I can't even show that. Can I just show the clip? There's literally an episode of The Simpsons where Elon Musk, just as himself, there's no parody, comes from the sky in his spaceship to save the land of Springfield. And he goes there and revolutionizes Springfield and makes it better, but his changes for the better are so good that Springfield just can't accept him, so he's forced to take off in his hyper-futuristic space pod and leave out to space, where I shit you not, I shit you the fuck not, guys, he goes up in space to play the Simpsons Tapped Out mobile game, which is the freemium pay-to-win Simpsons mobile game. They literally, like, led the entire episode up to the finale to advertise at the end of. It turns out Elon Musk is up in space playing the freemium scam Simpsons, like, cash grab mobile game. You really can't make this shit up. You really can't make this shit up. This destroyed the world's ability to perceive Elon Musk with any level of actual, like, oh, The Simpsons said Elon Musk is this tech god. He must be the real deal. The Simpsons predicts the future all the time, right? Because they see posts on like fake posts on Twitter of like The Simpsons supposedly predicting the future, and they're like, whoa, man, The Simpsons predicts the future. Holy fuck, man. Wow, soy. Man, if they like Elon Musk. My first ever debate with a Trump supporter on my channel, do you know what their number one argument was? My first ever debate with a Trump supporter on my channel, their number one argument was, Elon Musk voted for Trump. Elon Musk is a genius, so Elon Musk knows better than me. That is how these people think. They're NPCs. I think we need to adopt that phrase. They are NPCs. Elon Musk fans are NPCs. Elon Musk does believe that the world is a simulation. He said that. He has a belief in he believes in simulation theory. His fans are literally NPCs. In more ways than one. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment and you liked what you saw, you want to support my content, and you want to see more from me, consider hitting that like button. It really helps out my videos, my streams, everything a lot more than you realize. Subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube tells you when I go live or I upload a new video. And of course, follow my social medias, all linked down below in the description, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and my fan Discord and everything like that. And of course, if you want to support me financially and you've got the money for it and you don't need it for anything else, you can always do so quite easily by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub or subs on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or even through Patreon. With all that said, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and have a good one. There we go. That's a damn good 6 segments down, I'd say. Listen, chat, I really appreciate you all coming out tonight. You have been fucking amazing. Your support has been phenomenal. We broke the dono goal once again, and I honestly just couldn't be happier with the support on the channel like lately. The sub growth, the view count, the views. It's really just a matter of me continuously uploading videos and you guys watching them and dropping your support. I really appreciate you guys commenting and liking the videos for the algorithm. It really, really is helping. The donations and the gifted subs and all that, they really are helping out a lot. You guys have just been dropping a lot of support in the channel more than ever lately, and I promise you I'm going to keep up my side of that bargain of just producing more content than ever, higher quality content than ever even. And yeah, with all that said, I think that's where I'm going to wrap things up now. I know, I've only streamed for 4.5 hours. Whoa. Oh, how could Zan only stream till 4:30 a.m.? How could I? Bad streamer. Anyway, I appreciate all of you coming out tonight. You have all been fucking phenomenal. I love you all so goddamn much. And as always, have a damn good one. Doo-doo fart.